The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad, the Big Noise, Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Brad, I don't know about you, brother. I'm like a junkie that needs his fix. I need March Madness back. We're counting down the hours. Yeah, he's pointing at his arm. Give it to me. Counting down the days here to the Sweet 16 kicks off. Just over 48 hours away. We got opening day Major League Baseball just over 24 hours away with the Yankees and the Gigantes. And then everybody kicking it off, everybody else on Thursday. So we got a jam-packed week. But Brad, I'm dying for some more March Madness. I'm like a dog. I'm biting into anything I can sink my teeth into. And before I get into what Dan Hurley said, because my ears, I feel like they were bleeding at hearing it. First of all, brother, how the hell are you on this glorious Tuesday?
I am awesome, mi amigo. I need college basketball injected in my veins right stinking now. Right before the show, I was talking to my wife, and she goes, Thursday cannot get here quickly enough. She goes, I'm already extraordinarily nervous for the Illinois game against the Houston Cougars being played down there in H-Town. She wants it played right now. She wants to get out of her system. She wants to know what the result will be. And we are praying here at Casa de Evans that the Fighting Illini march on are one step closer to reaching the mecca of college basketball, the Final Four playing at the Circle City. That's right, Indianapolis, Indiana this year. So we're nervous Nellies here at Casa de Evans. But hey, man, there is still other basketball being played tonight. We're going to talk about the NBA, but the NIT is still going down. I know you're itching. I know you are yearning for some hot, some sweaty Wichita State and Tulsa Golden Hurricanes action. Come on, Pat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't get down for that. I can't get down for Wichita State and Tulsa. I can't get down for St. Joe's, New Mexico. No offense to those schools. No offense to those programs. That doesn't get it going for me. That doesn't rev up the engine, Brad. You know what does rev up the engine? Is Dan Hurley saying something I never thought I'd hear out of Dan Hurley's mouth. Dan Hurley is basically pleading and begging for St. John's fans to root for his team. I can't believe what I heard out of Dan Hurley today. I mean, it's actually unbelievable. So let me refresh everybody's memory that doesn't know just yet. St. John's plays Duke in the Sweet 16 in Washington, D.C., 7:10 p.m. Eastern. You know what game follows that? Michigan State, UConn. So, Dan Hurley, he could ask the Duke fans to root for UConn. Hell, he could ask the Michigan State fans to root for UConn. He's asking St. John's fans, the most hated rivalry in the Big East, the team that UConn blew out by like 30 points. They didn't make a shot for like 15 minutes earlier in the season. And then the Johnnies returned the favor and blew the doors off UConn in the Big East championship. Dan Hurley is begging St. John's fans to stay after their game and root for the UConn Huskies. And he is telling UConn fans to show up early and root for St. John's just so they could have then a quote-unquote bloodbath against each other in a Part 4 on Sunday in the Elite Eight. Brad, this is against the rules of fandom. I got to be honest here. I got a lot of respect for Dan Hurley. He's a hell of a head coach. But I lost some respect for Dan Hurley asking the enemy, your hated enemy, to root for you, to join hands and sing Kumbaya, to cheer on one another. What has happened to Dan Hurley? Did he fall and bump his head? That is one of the most blasphemous things I have ever heard come out of his mouth or a college coach's mouth in general.
Oh, maybe he's making a couple of trips to the Midwest because this is the difference between you and me, amigo. Geographically speaking, I am in Central Illinois, again, about 15 minutes away from the ILL campus in Champaign. You're out there in Jersey. You're on the right coast, and it's a different point of view overall. We're all about being friendly with our enemies. So we're frenemies with other members of the Big Ten. That's why we love the dirty South region, because we got 3 Big Ten teams, including my orange and blue, that are alive and kicking. I don't give a damn who wins Iowa, Nebraska in that matchup, but I can guarantee you, Pat, that whoever wins that matinee game will be turning around, or whoever is on the losing end is going to turn around as well. Iowa fans, Nebraska fans are going to unite with Illinois fans in a common cause rooting against Houston, because that's what we do. We prop each other up. We always pull for other conference representatives all the time. And, I think it's a little bit differently when you're looking through the lens of the Big East. I guess you guys aren't going to be all that supportive of teams that you hate in conference season. But when you get out of the conference, do you not root for them? I mean, truthfully, I'm asking you a question. Do you not root for St. John's prior a non-conference slate action prior to the conference season getting underway and in the NCAA tournament? You can't bury that hatchet and root and have a frenemy perspective. Are you really going to just continuously pour salt in that wound? Is that where you really stand?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely,
Wow.
bro. Let's take this to a professional sports spectrum here, because most of our listeners can definitely feel that. Imagine you, a Chicago Bears fan, Combs, our producer, and Monty, our video producer, Chicago Bears fans. Imagine rooting for the Green Bay Packers to beat, I don't know, the New York Giants, so that you two could play each other in the NFC title game. Imagine that. Imagine saying, hey, let's root for the Green Bay Packers so that we can then maybe play them in the NFC title game. There was no shot in hell you would ever do that. So why
I disagree. I disagree. I would actually root for that, because I would be the ones that would want to bounce the Green Bay Packers. I don't want the Giants to have that luxury. I want the Bears to go out there and take them out. So, yeah, again, this is the geographic difference between you and I. We're drawing it right here, line in the sand. We're learning on the spot. We didn't rehearse this before the show at all, folks. So this is real reaction in real time that you're getting right here on BetMGM tonight. Yes, I would kill for Green Bay to win that game so the Bears could play them mano-a-mano with a chance of getting them out of whatever bracket that we're playing in. We're assuming the NFL postseason. And the same really applies here in the collegiate ranks as well. It's just a little bit different, though, because, again, we're very supportive of our brethren in the Big Ten. We always have been, unless we're going toe-to-toe against one another. But if we're playing somebody else outside of the league, all Big Ten all the time. And I guess Big East teams have a completely different perspective in regards to that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think it's conference by conference. I mean, again, I can understand if St. John's was on the other side of the bracket and you're a UConn fan and you'd say, hey, I want the Big East to do well. Not when you then have to potentially play them in the next round. There's no shot I'm ever rooting for my enemy, right? The enemy of my enemy is normally thy friend. Not my enemy is my friend just because I want to play them next. There's no chance. And it has nothing to do with, what are you scared of then having to play them? No, it's got nothing to do with that. Why didn't Dan Hurley plead to Duke fans? Hey, Duke fans, we should play each other in the next round. That would be awesome. 2 of the best fan bases in college basketball, 2 of the biggest programs. Take out our little brother St. John, so we don't have to worry about them, and we'll show up early and support you guys. Why did he appeal to St. John's fans? I don't understand that. It's like going to your nemesis's door and saying, hey, we should probably I'm trying to think of an analogy here. We should root for each other or whatever, so then we can fight each other on the front lawn afterwards. There's no shot.
Yeah.
You might be 1 in a million, man. You might be 1 in a million in terms of you're a Packers fan that would a Bears fan that would root for the Packers just so you could play them next.
Okay, I tell you what, we got other members of the show who are also Bears fans, so let's present that conundrum to them. Brandon Combs, our fantastic producer here on BetMGM tonight, with the scenario that Pat just laid out, Bears are playing somebody else. The Packers are playing the Giants, I guess, in this example. Would you want the Green Bay Packers to beat the New York Giants, and the Bears obviously would have to win their game, so those two teams could meet, so you can get the Green Bay Packers out of there based on your own volition? So are you supportive of that, or are you always rooting for the Packers? Brandon, what is your answer?
I root for death before I root for the Packers. I don't want the Packers to win and under any circumstances. I don't care if they get a chance to play us next. At that point, if the Bears are awaiting the winner of the Packers and the Giants, I'm not rooting for the Packers, but if the Packers happen to win, then sure, I'd be happy to take them out. But there's no chance I'm ever rooting for a Packers victory. I bet on the Packers to win the division last year and still did not root for one single Packers victory.
Okay, so that's your answer. All right, we're all even up. Michael Montgomery, our video producer here on BetMGM tonight, you are the tiebreaker, my man. That scenario that I just laid out and just dictated. What side do you stand? Are you going to be pulling for the Packers so the Bears could eliminate them in the next round, or are you just anti-Packers all the time? What do you say?
I would rather see the Packers go 0-17 for 100 straight years than ever root for the Packers just to take them out the next round. No, thank you.
Okay, now hang on a second. Monty, follow-up question. All right, let's go ahead and pull this back to college basketball. You're a devout Iowa Hawkeyes fan. Iowa's going against Nebraska. Illinois is going against Houston there in the South region. In that Illinois and Houston game, which follows your beloved Hawkeyes taking on the Cornhuskers, who are you going to be pulling for?
Houston. I think Iowa has a better chance to win against Houston since they play a more similar style. Sorry, Brad.
Okay, so you're basing it on matchup, not necessarily the association due to the rivalry within the conference. So it's a little bit different scenario. All right, Pat, take it away.
Yeah, well, look, I think you're one of one, man. You might be 1% in that category that would actually root for your enemy to succeed just for the strength of the conference. I mean, isn't there a certain part of you that's deep down that's like, you know what? It's great that the Big Ten is having all this success, but I want Illinois to be like the one team that dominates here in the tournament. Or I want Illinois to be the only team that represents the conference.
No, I want all tides to raise all boats in this situation. You know what I want more than anything else, Pat? And obviously I want Illinois to be in the Final Four. I want Illinois to win the whole damn event this year. But I would love to see for the first time in NCAA tournament history, all 4 Final Four teams represented from the same conference, and that being the Big Ten. I would kill to see that, and I would parade around and my skivvies and celebrate with a tall glass of tequila, fine añejo, por favor, if that event did unfold. I would love to see that. I truthfully, I think Monty would love to see that as well, but he's basing his perspective entirely on matchups, and I get that as well, but we still root for the Big Ten. We're Big Ten graduates. We always raise each other up. That's how it's always been. And these Midwestern parts, I don't give a damn what anybody else says.
I just think when you're in the same region, it's different. Like knowing that matchup could potentially await, and it's different. You know, whether you're a fan, I can't imagine the coach. I can't imagine Dan Hurley pleading to the St. John's fan base to root for UConn and saying, hey, Huskies fans, we should show up early and root for St. John's so that they return the favor so we get a livelier atmosphere. I mean, come on, man. That just don't sit right with me.
I love it.
It just doesn't sit right with me. That coming from the head coach.
I have no issue with it. And you got to look at it from a matchup perspective as well. Who is the Goliath right now in the East region? It's Duke. Duke is a lot of, a heavy favorite in a lot of people's minds and views and perspectives. So, of course, Hurley's going to come out and say, yeah, take down Goliath, take down the big dogs so we can go toe-to-toe in the Elite Eight for the right to play in the Final Four. It would be a bloodbath. It would be a bloodbath of epic proportions. It'd be like a 300 movie-like-esque. That's how high the body count would be in that kind of game. It'd be like a John Wick flick. Like, I'm totally down for that. You want to talk about drama? It doesn't get much more dramatic than St. John's and UConn matching up in the Elite Eight for the privilege of reaching the Final Four. Who doesn't want to see that?
Our video producer, Monty, makes a great point in our show chat. He said, why is Dan Hurley grasping at straws? Makes him seem not confident, right? And I agree. Only a desperate coach is doing this. Well, why? Like, Duke's maybe going to have Caleb Foster back, and maybe they won't. You would actually think Duke is probably the easier matchup than St. John's. I don't know, considering you got your doors blown off in the Big East championship game by St. John's. Maybe that's why you've already lost to them twice this year. Why would you be rooting for them? Why would you be doing that? You should be rooting to play, on paper, the best team, which is Duke, but you certainly shouldn't be extending out your hand before the games are even played and saying, hey, I know we hate each other, but come and stay after your game and root for us, because we'll come early and root for you. I got to tell you, if I'm a St. John's fan and you got some UConn fans in attendance, I'm not paying them a single ounce of attention. And if St. John's wins, I'm walking my ass out that door and I'm going to celebrate at a bar. I ain't going to stick around and root for UConn. This is it'd be one thing. It'd be one thing if Pitino said it. If he said, hey, if UConn fans could show up early, we'll stay after our game and root for you guys. But for Dan Hurley to basically say, hey, can you guys stay after your game, especially if you win, when all your fans are going to want to do is go out on the town in D.C. and drink and celebrate and party? Now, you know what? Actually stay through a 30-minute intermission and then root for us. Dan Hurley sounds like a jackass here. I got to be honest.
He's a wonderful jackass, and I fully support the commentaries from it out there. I am somebody who would gladly extend the arm and the hand across the aisle for the sake of compromise and for the sake of taking down the Dukies, baby. Yeah, bring it on, man. I would love to see St. John's and UConn go toe-to-toe and, raise again the Big East as a collective. Be frenemies. It's all right to be that way. It's how we roll here in the Midwest. I'm telling you, Pat, that's how we operate.
Well, Brad, I got to say, I think you're nuts for thinking that Iowa or Nebraska fans are going to stay after to root for Illinois. If anything, I'd be staying after and root. If anything, I'd be staying after. The only thing I'd be staying after to root, and I'm half joking here, I'd be rooting that both teams suffer catastrophic injuries to all their best players, and then they can't even field the team to play me in the next round. That's what I'd be rooting for.
Again, right coast versus Midwesterners. It's just a different mindset. I understand it. I respect it. You have your plank. I have mine, and we'll agree to disagree.
Okay. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll get your phone calls on this because I think it's a very interesting debate. Again, Dan Hurley, knowing that UConn is playing right after St. John's and Duke, is asking St. John's fans to stay after their game and root for UConn. And Dan Hurley saying to the UConn fans, show up early and root on St. John's so we can have a part 4 against the Johnnies in the Elite Eight. I think he's absolutely out of his mind for saying that. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. If you agree with Brad, if you think that that's what teams should be doing, rooting for the other schools in your conference so that the conference is the strongest, then call us, 310-840-4910. We'll take those calls when we come back. And hey, why the hell not get into these games? X's and O's wise, break them down, preview them, give out some early predictions for Duke, St. John's, and Michigan State, UConn. Just getting rolling here. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now, Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, it really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturtz. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. They've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, there's no telling.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, we'll get to your phone calls here in just a minute, is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we start previewing the Sweet 16, me and Brad got into a heated debate, if you will, a friendly but a heated debate about something that Dan Hurley, coach of UConn, said today. And he is pleading for St. John's fans to stay after their game against Duke, and obviously if they win, root for UConn. And Dan Hurley's telling UConn fans to show up early and root for St. John so they could play each other for a fourth time this year in the Elite Eight on Sunday, because it would be a bloodbath. And that, rooting for your enemy to succeed, that just doesn't sit well with me. So before we get to a phone calls, Brad, you've got a tweet that has come in, somebody giving their thoughts on this. Go ahead and let the listeners know what this is.
Yeah, I proposed a question at Noisy Huevos on X, and I said, frenemy or always the enemy among, other conference teams, whether it's, college basketball, college football, really doesn't matter. The response that we got was from Exquisite, and he says, hell no, I want them to experience no joy ever, as much bleep as their fans talk, multiple exclamation points. So, Pat, you got a supporter in Exquisite. He's like, they're always the enemy. Forget frenemy.
Yeah, Brad, I think you are on an island on this one, brother, and that's fine. You plant your you plant your flag in Evans Island, and you stay there, and we'll see if anybody wants to swim to your shores. But I honestly, I think I don't mind being in the minority. I don't mind being the guy that's got the hotter take, if you will. But I think on this one, I feel like I'm going to have an overwhelming backing here. Let's go to Tommy on the phones, who's in Michigan. Again, phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Tommy's on line one. Go ahead, Tommy. How do you feel about it?
Oh, yeah. How you doing?
Tommy.
I want to say, I think I think Dan Hurley's whine and cry baby, and so is Tom Izzo. I'm a big Michigan fan. Let me just say that. And don't forget, UConn's still got to get. I think Michigan State's going to beat UConn. So your whole point is probably going to not play out. So Michigan State's playing very good ball, and I can't stand Michigan State, but I would not want to meet Michigan State. And people here locally are like, "Oh, what do you think about a Michigan State final?" I'm like, "Get out of here." That'd be the worst. I would not want to see that. But I think State's going to take down UConn. Get rid of Dan Hurley. He's a little crying bitch. So is Izzo.
I guess did they get rid of Tommy for saying that?
I suppose it did.
Well, look. When I was before I became a host, Brad, I did many producer shifts, many board op shifts, and I let just about anything fly that wasn't the F word. I guess that's good to know that we probably shouldn't use the B word going forward.
The B word.
I would have. Yeah, I thought that was fine from Tommy. Definitely not a UConn fan, not a Michigan State fan. And like he said, he would never root for Michigan State, but he does think that they're going to win against UConn. I don't think so. I don't know about that. UConn has had their flaws, but I think they're a team that, like we said, kind of played with their food. And then we were like, are they really just not that good? Now that their season's on the line, now they're showing their class and their experience. But before he got dumped and dropped, Tommy, I think, also was saying he would never root for his enemy.
Yeah, he even said in a scenario of a title matchup between Michigan State that some of his peers and friends, I guess, were proposing, and he's like, oh, hell no, I'm not going to be on board with that. Really? I would follow up with, are you sure about that? I mean, Michigan State in a title matchup would be epic television. It would split the glove state in half. There's no question about it. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, that would write a whole new chapter in that rivalry, and everything would be on the line, including a stinking national title. So I would hope that Tommy would rethink that through, because my gut feeling is second time around he's probably like, yeah, let me rescind what I originally said. Yeah, I'd be completely on board with a Michigan State final, but maybe I'm wrong.
Phone number to join if you want to add in your thoughts. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, Brad. So in the meantime, let's get to these games. We're going to preview the Friday games tonight, and then we're going to preview the Thursday games tomorrow. So let's start with the East region, which we've been talking about for all the beginning of the show so far. Duke and the Johnnies in Washington, D.C., it's just after 7 p.m. Eastern, coming up on Friday. And a couple of questions. Is this the most mirror image matchup for Duke in the tournament, with St. John's getting their way here via a win over another great defensive team in the first round, Northern Iowa, which they clobbered them, hit the threes, and then surviving after nearly blowing a double-digit lead against Kansas? Duke, they had their test with Siena, and they also got tested for about a half against TCU and then blew them out of the water. So two teams very good defensively, two teams that'll pressure you, two teams that rebound the crap out of the basketball. And then the one big injury news here is that Caleb Foster, Duke's starting point guard, who has been out for the last couple of weeks, he was in a walking boot, he has a shot to play in this game. That was John Rothstein reporting over the weekend that Caleb Foster will have a chance, may be available to play in this game. The subsequent imaging of the foot injury that he suffered back in early March, that was the earliest he can play. What we thought was going to be the Final Four, but now 2 weeks later, there's an outside chance that he plays this weekend. That'll definitely affect the calculus. So I don't know if you want to approach this game thinking he's going to play or he's not going to play. But either way, this is going to be a phenomenal game. Jon Scheyer, the up-and-coming star of college basketball coaching, trying to get back to the Final Four versus one of the best to ever do it, Rick Pitino. Your initial thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, it's probably like a 20% chance is my best guess that Caleb Foster is going to be able to suit up. And even if he does, trot out there in sneakers and in a uniform, and how effective is he going to be? That's the other question. Can he go like even 20 minutes in the game? I think that's far-fetched. Look, you're right. There are some mirror images to a certain extent of both these teams. You mentioned it, both outstanding defensively, and both at times have struggled offensively. Now, of course, St. John's more so than Duke, as evident by the play of Cam Boozer. A guy's going to go out there, probably get 20 and 10, but if he is neutralized in any form or fashion, I think Zuby Ejiofor is absolutely key in this game. If he can somewhat keep Boozer in check, not rack up the whistles, hang there in the post and in the paint with the bigs that St. John's has and the rebounding tenacity that they possess, they got more than a puncher's chance to win this thing straight up. They're getting 6.5 points right now at BetMGM. I think they're plus 240 right now on the money line to win this bad boy. I think the live dog very much in play. St. John's pressures you relentlessly. They're forced to turn over nearly 18% of the opponent possessions here the last month. Duke has just kind of sleptwalk, I felt, through the first couple of rounds. They struggled against Siena, and Siena was beating them at their own game with some of the dump down action in the paint. Cam Boozer was, somewhat eye for eye was matched up by the bigs of Siena. That's the Siena Saints. St. John's bigs, much more affordable and talented by comparison. TCU hung for a good 30 minutes in that game before Duke opened up a can over the last, phase of that contest and spread away and end up winning in convincing fashion. But if St. John's is even, say, 65, 70% as effective as they were against Kansas from way downtown, which was kind of an out-of-body experience for them. If they hit 8 or 9 threes in this game, I'm telling you, Pat, they got a shot to win this sucker. I think Duke, of the remaining 1 seeds, far and away, in my mind, the most vulnerable team in this NCAA tournament. So don't count the Johnnies out. They're going to be ultra competitive. I think they're going to cover, and I think they got about a 55% chance, throwing out an arbitrary number, of winning this sucker and marching on the Elite Eight.
Well, that would definitely be more expected value than they are getting from our friends at BetMGM. 6.5-point dogs and plus 230 on the money line to beat the Duke Blue Devils. Look, I think they win the game too. I think St. John's wins the game. I think Rick Pitino draws up another masterclass here. And I think Jon Scheyer, I tweeted this the other day. When Duke was struggling in the first half with TCU, and again, they ended up pulling away and winning by 23. But they were struggling again, and they struggled against Siena. And I said, Jon Scheyer couldn't get a team with Cooper Flagg, Con Knippel, and multiple other future NBA players. Couldn't get them to the championship. They blew that game against Houston last year. All right, they got to the Final Four. Big whoop. You look at the star that Cooper Flagg is now, the star that Con Knippel, that Duke should have probably went undefeated last year. So if they couldn't win a title with that team last year, Cam Boozer's great. They got some, Patton Gungba's going to be an NBA player. They got some really good players. It's no disrespect to the rest of this roster, but they don't touch last year's Duke team, in my opinion. And so if he couldn't get last year's team to the championship game, he ain't getting this team to the Final Four. I think Duke is going down on Friday. I will say this. I am deathly terrified that St. John's goes 3 for 20 from deep and that they can't hit water if they fell out of a boat. And that's going to be the one thing that stops them. We know this team's weakness, the Johnnies, is their inability to shoot the three ball. Outside, you mentioned Zuby Ejiofor. He's going to have to do a little bit of everything, and he's going to have to neutralize Cam Boozer. Can those other guys for St. John's step up? And even if it's not threes, because you don't have to shoot, you don't have to hit 12 threes, 13 threes, but can guys like Bryce Hopkins and Isaiah Sellers, can they just hit 1 or 2 each, and can they chip in with 10 to 12 points? Can Dylan Mitchell get some buckets? Can Dylan Darling, who didn't have a single point till he hit the buzzer beater, can those guys step up? Because they can't just rely on Zuby Ejiofor, who is their best player, and they can't just rely on Bryce Hopkins, who's their second leading scorer. It's got to be a team effort. And, again, I just got a bad feeling that St. John's is going to be up by 5 with 10 minutes left to go, and then they're not going to hit a shot for 6-7 minutes like it happened against UConn. Maybe that's just the PTSD in the back of my head because I'm going to be picking St. John's to win this game. But I still think they're good enough defensively to do it. And again, you mentioned Caleb Foster. Yeah, he's got an outside chance. If he doesn't play, Duke's issues so far this tournament with spreading the ball around and having a secondary option, I think St. John's is going to feast on that. And I think Pitino is going to draw up a master plan. So I'm all in on Rick Pitino and the Johnnies. I think they win this game as well.
Yeah, just put cherry on top of Sunday in this game. Again, Duke had 17 turnovers against TCU. If they're in the same ballpark in that category, they're going to lose this thing by 5 to 10 points. And I think they're sorely going to miss Caleb Foster. Again, I think it's a long shot that he's able to play in this game. This is a game I think they can ill afford not to have him on the court because they got to be able to have, a clean ball handler to penetrate that pressure defense of St. John's, which is ceaseless. It's relentless. They're one of the best on-ball teams in all of college basketball. So that's another, potential slight against Duke in this game. And one other way, angle to take here, as you know, Pat, I am a numbers nerd. And if you look at Torvik, and the efficiency data and all the overall data over the last month, St. John's is number 3 in the month of March overall on bar. Torvik, Duke at number 6. And the Johnnies are getting 6.5. Get the hell out of here.
I agree. And I got one other historical note for you here regarding Rick Pitino. Now, this is spanning nearly 40 years. But when Rick Pitino is a top 6 seed, and St. John's is the 5 seed, he has only closed as a 6-point dog or higher 3 times. He covered all 3 games. Okay? And he's been an underdog of 5 points or more 8 times in the NCAA tournament. He's 6-2 against the spread. And he's pulled the upset outright 3 times. This is a guy that knows how to keep a game like this close. This is a team that plays good enough defense. They rebound well enough. And again, if Duke doesn't have Caleb Foster, yeah, they got Patton Gungba back last round. He only played 13 minutes. Does he get back to his normal minutes load? We'll see. I think there's been too many question marks around Duke. And above all else, I don't think Jon Scheyer, I don't think he's that great of a coach for games like this. I think he's going to get out coached. I think it's going to be the big difference here. So we're on the Johnnies, man. We'll see if they can do it. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. We got more phone calls on the way on the other side here. Plus, we'll get into Michigan State, UConn. The big matchups to look out for in that one with two legendary head coaches and Izzo and Hurley going at it. Plus, we'll get to a couple of the big NBA games as well. So a lot to do. Get aboard at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
And what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team is just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll get to more of your phone calls here in just a moment. The number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. We got a couple of NBA games that we want to hit on, but neither of them start until after 8 o'clock Eastern, so we got some time to get to your calls here and then break down Michigan State and UConn. But Brad, Kathy is in Alabama. She is next up, and she wants to add to our debate of whether or not Dan Hurley is right or wrong or out of his mind for asking St. John's fans to root for UConn and saying UConn fans will show up early and root for St. John's fans because they're both playing in the same building in D.C. on Friday night. Johnny's playing Duke, UConn playing Michigan State afterwards. So Kathy in Alabama, Kathy on line one. Go ahead, Kathy. What's up?
Hey, well, I think I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. If you don't have enough people to cheer for the people that their hearts belong to, that's the way you do it. You pull for people in y'all keep saying sections, and we call them conferences. And I just think I don't even get the point of what he's trying to do. What does he want them to do? Come in. He
wants them. Because again, you can buy tickets to both games. So he wants the crowd to be as much in favor of UConn when they're playing Michigan State. So he's asking St. John's fans to stay after their game if they've bought tickets to both, the whole session. He wants the St. John's fans to root for them so that UConn has the crowd on their side, and in return, UConn fans would root for St. John's so they have the crowd on their side against Duke.
Well, how many points do you think the crowd is worth? And you got to understand now, I'm in the SEC. I'm an Auburn fan. And when people play in our gym, they're intimidated. So we're going to usually do very well.
Well, I would say normally that is true, Kathy, except this year Auburn went 19-16. So maybe most years it works. I'm just joking. Kind of. I mean, they did lose a ton of home games this year. Well, Kathy, we appreciate your phone call. Brad, that's an interesting question. How many points is a crowd worth on a neutral court in a neutral building when you maybe you get an extra 1,000 St. John's fans rooting for UConn? Does that make that big of a difference?
Yeah, look, if it's like a 80-20 split, I think it makes a difference. For example, like Nebraska, right? In their opening round game, that was nothing but a sea of red in Oklahoma City, and it played a major factor in that game. I thought the Nebraska players are really feeding off the energy of the crowd. What's it worth? I mean, it's really hard to quantify, but my best guess would be 3 to 5 points. And they really feed off that energy. They thrive off that energy. They excel based on the energy in the building. It does make a difference. I think it does enhance the performance with all the support that you're garnering and generating from the crowd overall. But what that exact number is, it's anybody's best guess. But it's got to be, kind of a full body there. I would say at least 70-30, 80-20 kind of split in order for that energy to really culminate and arise.
By the way, in our show chat, producer Brandon Combs said an Auburn fan in Alabama. Tough. Is Combs aware that Auburn is in Alabama?
I don't think he knows that.
I absolutely do know that, but it's Auburn, Alabama. That's all I was saying.
So where would you like an Auburn fan to be from? Out of state?
sometimes you take things out of context. You want to throw things in the chat.
That's a legit
It
question,
makes you feel better
Combs.
about yourself. That's fine. But you don't want to give the breaking news that I put in the chat. You just want to call me out for saying Auburn fan in Alabama. I got you.
No, we'll get to the breaking news at the top of the hour. We're going to spend a couple more minutes than just the minutes we have allotted. I got to produce the show and I got to host the show along with Brad here. I mean, come on, man. Jeez. I mean, what's next? Well, Purdue fan in Illinois? Wow. How brutal.
How about a college baseball pitcher with a 5.88 ERA? That'd be tough.
Okay. It wasn't a 5.88. It was a 5.47, and that was 1 year, and the balls were juiced. I also botched my own joke. I meant to say a Purdue fan in Indiana because they're in West Lafayette, Indiana, and I said Illinois. So you could have jumped on me for that. But anyway, really quickly,
there are a lot of Purdue fans
here
in Illinois. Trust me.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to Michigan State UConn here real quickly, Brad. Tom Izzo versus Dan Hurley. I don't know if you give the coaching advantage to one or the other here. Tom Izzo has proven time and time again he can win these games. Hurley, he feels like UConn's been the better program the last couple of years. Again, they struggled down the stretch, but Caravan went off their last game. Terrace Reed's been a beast on the boards. Can UConn defend Fears and the rest of the Michigan State guards here? This is an interesting one. And again, it feels like it's going to come down to the final 2 minutes.
It really is. Jeremy Fears is one of the best point guards in the country. Folks, he's got 21 combined assists at his first couple of games. Turnovers have been problematic at times. Strangely, given the strong guard play at Michigan State, they have shot themselves in the foot repeatedly. Now, they're an exceptional rebounding team. So Terrace Reed going out there and having like another 31-27 like he did in the opening round matchup, that ain't going to happen. The big area of weakness for Michigan State, it really where they got to tighten the screws along the perimeter because of the likes of Alex Caravan and some of the other sharpshooters. I mean, Mullins has all of a sudden, come alive. And Danny Hurley has been ecstatic with his performance from the freshman sensation. At least he was earlier this season when it's really been through a slump here of late. Michigan State over the last 7 games given up 39.2% from distance, Pat. So, again, that is an area you could take advantage of them is some of those outside shots. And if they're falling through the cylinder, it's going to be a major, major issue for the Spartans. But I think the Spartans are going to be able to dominate the glass in this game. Defensively, outside of the three-point issues, they're kind of loosey-goosey there. They're north of number 290 in effective field goal percentage defense in their last 7 games. Offense, though, firing on all cylinders right now. They're playing exceptionally well in that capacity. And UConn has just been kind of ho-hum across the board, quite frankly. Solo Ball, bro, where are you at right now? He's like in witness protection. He has been unreliable, to say the least. Maybe he's that X factor that breaks out. Can Mullins continue to play well? Because Caravan's going to do his thing. I think Terrace Reed is going to be mostly neutralized in this game. I like the Spartans, man. I really do. I think Jeremy Fears will be the difference in the minimizer turnovers.
We'll be right back on BetMGM tonight.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now, Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, It really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. You know, Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturts. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. They've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, there's no telling.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour of the show, talked all about Dan Hurley's comments, begging St. John's fans to come to stay late after their game against Duke and root on UConn, telling UConn fans to go to the game before them and root on St. John's. I thought that's absolutely blasphemous, lunacy. Brad didn't mind it. Brad thinks that that's what the conference team should do, and then hope that you end up playing each other. So we've taken a bunch of your phone calls already. You can continue to join the show at 310-840-4910. We're going to get back into the March Madness games. We previewed those two games last segment. We're going to preview the other Friday games in just a bit. But first, we got breaking news, and this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Well, the news came out yesterday, Brad, that Pete Crow Armstrong and the Chicago Cubs were finalizing a long-term contract extension, and now it appears that those terms are out, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty damn good deal for the Cubbies. Early reports are that it's 6 years, $115 million for PCA.
All right.
That is less than $20 million a year for a guy that is 23 years old and is coming off a season last year where he had 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases. He had 31 home runs and 35 stolen bases, 95 RBIs, and he scored 91 runs and played nearly every single game. Remember, PCA came over to the Cubbies in that big trade with the New York Mets a couple of years ago, and he has done nothing but turn into an absolute star ever since. Remember, the Mets got back Javi Baez and Trevor Williams in that trade. You want to talk about an all-time steal. And now PCA, also Gold Glover last year, is now locked up for the future for the Chicago Cubs. I think it's a great deal. Obviously, again, you're getting them less than $20 million. Your initial thoughts on your everyday center fielder getting locked up?
Way to go, Cubs. Way to go, PCA. Get the deal done, signing on the dotted line. Obviously, an up-and-coming star. He had just a monstrous first half last year. I mean, we're talking right here on BetMGM tonight, him being very heavily involved in the NL MVP conversation. Now, that fell by the wayside pretty quickly after the All-Star break as the numbers really tumbled, largely because of his impatience. High fastballs he could not lay off of. The strikeouts mounted, didn't really draw a lot of walks. But the numbers at the end of the season, you mentioned a 30-30 season cannot be overlooked. He is the best defensive center fielder in the game. Just a wizard, a magician out there with the leather. And that's worth every penny of this contract alone. But if we somehow, some way, and I'm saying we because I'm a diehard Chicago Cubs fan, if we somehow, some way can get PCA to get around a 340, a 350 on base percentage. Oh, baby, that is going to unlock an absolute stud and extraordinary across the board because he's probably going to swipe 45 or 50 bags if he can actually exercise more patience at the dish, which allegedly is worked on so far in spring training. We'll see if he can really put that into practice when the regular season begins for the Cubbies on Thursday. But yeah, bravo to the organization. Bravo to Hoyer, this front office, for getting a deal done. PCA is beloved on the north side, and a guy is going to be a fixture eventually when he starts drawing walks atop the Cubs lineup.
Yeah, well, and by the way, he rejected the Cubs extension offer a year ago, and now he's getting paid over $115 million here. He's the second highest paid Cub, behind only Alex Bregman, who they just brought in with the massive move in free agency. And so there you go, man. You mentioned definitely needs to cut down on the strikeouts. Had basically one per game last year. Only walked 29 times, so he had an average of 247 and an OBP of just 287. So that's definitely got to improve. But so that's the thing. Where does PCA hit in this Cubs lineup? Because I think our video producer Monty said that they rolled out a spring training lineup. I think today was their last game of spring training, so probably close to what you can expect for opening day. And if I'm not mistaken, PCA was hitting leadoff. So they had him lead off. They had Bush batting second, Alex Bregman third, Ian Happ in cleanup. Nico Horner, my guy who I briefly played with in the Northwoods League, batting fifth. and Swanson 6. And then Moises Ballesteros, the DH, at 7. Carson Kelly or Miguel Amaya, the catcher, maybe 8. Michael Conforto, who is a non-roster invitee, maybe cracks the opening day lineup to round it out. But a guy at the top of your order, you can't have that guy not getting on base and being a good table setter. So there's definitely some concerns if he's going to bat at the top of the order to start the season.
Well, look, I think it has everything to do with the handedness of the pitcher. As Garrett Cole, who was on the bump, he's a righty. So, PCA had a very respectable 271 against right-handed pitchers last year. What he struggled against was against southpaws, in which he only had a $188. That is the specialty of Nico Horner, is teeing off and making hard contact against LHPs. So I think you're going to see, kind of a switcheroo with Ian Happ mixed in as well, top of the order against left-handed pitchers. Probably going to be Nico Horner, bat and lead off, or possibly Ian Happ, who is a switch hitter. And then PCA will probably bat 5 or 6 in that lineup. But against right-handed pitchers, predominantly it's going to be PCA. So I think it's all about who is towing the rubber, all about what the matchup is going to be on a pitch-by-pitch basis. PCA has really got to improve, not only with the eye, but his contributions against LHPs this year.
Yeah. So I just remember Brandon Combs, our producer, saying that he was going to win the MVP. Guy didn't even hit the Mendoza line against left-handed pitchers. So maybe we focus on incremental improvements first before we start getting carried away here with MVP discussions. But I joke. It's a great deal for the Cubs. It's a great deal for Pete Crow Armstrong. And he is probably going to be an all-star this year if he lives up to those big expectations that you and a lot of other Cubby fans have put on him, Brad. So it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure for a 23-year-old. But, yeah, I wanted to see if I ribbed you a little bit too much there. No, I think he's going to be great.
You didn't rib me at all. I got all the faith in the world about PCA. So, you could try to twist that butter knife to your heart's delight, but he is going to be highly productive. And, let's call a spade, man. I think you agree with me. He is, bar none, the best defensive center fielder in Major League Baseball. Am I wrong?
I would probably say you are right. He won the Gold Glove last year, so.
Yeah, thank you. Mic drop. Move on.
Julio Rodriguez up there. I don't know. I'd probably take Aaron Judge in center field over PCA, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah, no Yankees bias being bleeding through in that analysis right there. Spot on.
Unless it's in the postseason, right?
All right, take it easy. Let's also not forget Julio Rodriguez as well. I know he's coming off a down year, but Jackson Merrill's hell of a center fielder also. So, okay. Yeah. Phone number to join the show for any baseball fans, any Cubs fans that are listening on The Score or elsewhere around the world on the Odyssey app, on the Westwood One Sports app, 310-840-4910. If you want to comment on Pete Crow Armstrong getting a massive contract extension from the Chicago Cubs. Again, guy won a Gold Glove last year, 30-30, one of the best young players in all of baseball as we are right around the corner. Opening day eve for the Yankees and the Giants and less than 2 days away for everybody else. But let's pivot back to some college hoops here, Brad. We were breaking down the Friday games in the Sweet 16. Last segment, let's break down the other games here. This is in the Midwest region. Again, these games also on Friday. And let's start with Iowa State and Tennessee. They're going to do battle in the late game in Chicago at the United Center on Friday night. The winner will play the winner of Alabama and Michigan, which we'll get to in a second here. But Iowa State just under a 5-point favorite. And again, big injury news in this one. Just like we're monitoring Caleb Foster for Duke, we're monitoring Iowa State's second best player, Joshua Jefferson, who averaged over 16 points, over 7 rebounds, and over 4 assists, and over a steal and a half per game. Just one of the heartbeats, along with Taman Lipsey, of this squad. Bad ankle roll in their first game. They played without him and beat up Kentucky in the second round. But you got to think he is critical. And if if he doesn't play, his absence could be critical against a Tennessee team that all of a sudden is jiving at the right time here with the Volunteers taking out Virginia. So again, question mark about Joshua Jefferson. Can Iowa State win if he doesn't play? I think that's what everybody would want to know. What do you think?
Yeah, and John Rothstein reported earlier today, according to T.J. Otzelberger, the head coach of Iowa State, Joshua Jefferson is, quote, progressing, end quotes. So take that for what it's worth. I think it's going to be basically maybe a 25-30% chance that he suits up for this game. And again, how effective he's going to be coming off that brutal ankle roll, though x-rays were negative. But last time we saw him, he was using a lot of help on wheels with that elevated ankle as a result. But I will say this, based on the matchup, with or without Jefferson, Iowa State, I think, can hang on the glass with Tennessee. And that is the name of thy game for the Volunteers. They generate more second chance opportunities than any team in college basketball. Over 44% of their possessions, they have squeezed an offensive rebound over the last 7 games. Offensively, still a lot of question marks. Gillespie is playing lights out. He's playing arguably his best basketball of the season, and that's absolutely key at the guard position for the VOLS. But the rest of that team, wildly unreliable, dependable as a group. They're number 233 in effective field goal percentage offense over the last month. Defensively, both these teams outstanding. Iowa State were the best on-ball pressure teams. We talked about St. John's. Iowa State's even better. They're forcing opponent turnover around 24.5% of their possessions here in the month of March. And you look at Tennessee, a team that really locks you in the half court. This is going to be a low possession kind of game. I think it's going to live in the half court. This game's probably going to be in the 60s. I think ultimately Iowa State will prevail. They got the best shot of any team, I feel, outside of Arizona, on the right side of the bracket to oust Michigan, and I am hoping that comes to fruition in the Elite Eight. So give me the Cyclones to mildly blow through the Tennessee Volunteers here in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, I don't know. Something tells me this could be a dangerous one. If Iowa State doesn't have Joshua Jefferson, I think this game once again comes down to the final 2 minutes. I don't know if I'd be as confident to say that Tennessee wins it. I did have Iowa State in my bracket going to the Elite Eight, but again, that's when they had Joshua Jefferson, who's just he does it all for them. He does it all. When he doesn't play, I don't know if this is going to close around 4.5, 5 points in favor of Iowa State. This might get down to 2 or 3 because I think the one thing you mentioned, Jacoby Gillespie, who's played out of his mind so far for Tennessee. What about the kid that's probably going to be a top 15 pick in the NBA draft, Nate Ament, their freshman, who's 6'10", 207 pounds. I think he can pose some massive problems for the interior defense of Iowa State. We know they guard the perimeter so damn well. They defend. Their guards are great. Lipsy and, like I said, Jefferson when he plays. But I think they can get beat up a little bit on the inside if you've got a good scorer that can drag their bigs out to the mid-range, make them uncomfortable, and also drive to the cup. And that's what Nate Ament does. That's why he's projected to be a first-round pick in the draft. He didn't score a single point against Miami of Ohio. They kind of managed his minutes because he was a little banged up in the SEC tournament. But then against Virginia, he goes off for 16 points, knocks down a ton of shots at the free throw line. And, you're talking about Blake Buchanan having to deal with him for Iowa State and whoever else Otzelberger brings off the bench. If Nate Ament introduces himself to the rest of the college world that doesn't yet know how good he could be at the next level, and we see that 25-point, 10-rebound game that he's capable of and has pulled off a couple of times this year, Tennessee will win this game. So I think for me, the X factor is probably the guy whose game is most made for the NBA, and that's Nate Ament. He has made some freshman mistakes. In the other game, in their last game against Virginia, nearly had a costly turnover, or did have a costly turnover, because he tried to run the baseline when it wasn't a made shot, and that, got Virginia back in the game. But if his talent shines and his potential shines through, it could be a long night for Iowa State trying to stop him. I don't know if he's going to do it, but he can. And if he does, Tennessee will win this game, in my opinion.
Well, Momcilovic could counteract that with his marksmanship from outside. I think he's the best three-point shooter in the game. The big man there, he's like 6'7", 6'8" for Iowa State. He shoot nearly 50%, folks, from way downtown. And we're not talking about him only taking a couple of threes in a game. He's averaging over 7 hoists per game from along the arc. So if Momcilovic is on, and he's largely been on through the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament, it could negate anything that Ament does. But, point taken. Ahmed is indeed an X factor, a complete wild card in this game. If he balls out, that could be the difference. But Momcilovic could equally ball out because, man, when that ball leaves a hand beyond the arc, it looks like it's going to go through automatically every damn time.
That's a good point. That is a great point. All right, let's move on to the game that's going to play before them in Chicago at the United Center. The number 1 seed Michigan Wolverines taking on Nate Oates and the 4 seed Alabama Crimson Tide. Michigan, they just played in the Big Ten championship game here last week, or by the time this game gets played, it'll be about 2 weeks ago. They know this building. Do you think that plays a big advantage in it here, Brad? Just, before we get to the X's and O's of it, do you think the fact that Michigan just played at the United Center for the Big Ten tournament, do you think they're going to be really familiar with the depth perception and the rims and everything like that, or do you think it doesn't really matter?
Yeah, I mean, I might play a small factor in this game. You definitely going to know whether, how tight the rims are. Depth perception. I mean, UC is a very cavernous place. I've been there a multitude of times. Watching basketball games, seeing concerts there over the years. With that dark backdrop, a lot of shooters love to shoot in that building. And Michigan, they got a bunch of shooters, whether it's the Axel Lindenborg, Elliot Cadeau. List goes on and on. They got a number of guys that can absolutely drop in threes. So, yeah, slight advantage I would give Michigan for the familiarity with the building.
Okay, the next big thing is for Alabama, for the Crimson Tide. Are they getting Aiden Holloway back? What's the percentage chance? Because I feel like we haven't really gotten a specific update other than that Aiden Holloway he denied each and every charge, and he's demanding a trial after his arrest for drug possession the Monday of the week of the tournament. So just over a week ago. Wasn't with the team last weekend. I have no idea if he's going to be with the team this weekend. I would say it's probably unlikely, but have you seen anything?
I have not. And remember, folks, the University of Alabama was on spring break last week, and it is mandated by the letter of law with the university that a student held investigation had to be carried out. But they couldn't even do that with the allegations that were against Aiden Holloway because they weren't in session. So with the students being back this week, you would think they would try to expedite that investigation. But I haven't heard of Pete, man. I think it is a complete and great unknown whether Aiden Holloway is going to try out of the tunnel in uniform. So your guess is as good as mine.
Well, I'll tell you what, the one good thing that's come of that is Latrell Wrightsell for Alabama. I mean, he went nuclear against Texas Tech. He hit 6 threes. He scored 24 points. He was the best player on the floor for them in their rout over the Red Raiders. LeBaron Philon, who's one of the best guards in the country, he struggled. Only 2 for 12 from the field. He did have 12 assists. So he did a great job facilitating and hitting all those shooters as Alabama did what Alabama does. And they hit 19 threes out of 42 attempts. Can they do it against Michigan? Can they do it against a tremendous Michigan team that defends the 2? But Brad, I know you remember when Wisconsin beat Michigan, they did it by knocking down a ton of threes in Michigan's house. That's Alabama's strength. Again, I don't know what to expect in this game because I can't predict the kind of shooting night that Alabama's going to have. That's how you beat Michigan, is you beat them with threes. That's Alabama's strength. But I feel like flip a coin as to whether or not they're going to knock them down because Michigan knows that. They're going to be challenging the perimeter. But that's why I feel like this is almost playing out like an NBA game because Alabama plays like an NBA team. All they do is shoot at threes. And it's like, okay, they're a complete wild card because I don't know if they're going to make them or not.
55.1% Alabama shots have come from beyond the arc over the last 7 games. That's number 1 in college basketball. It's downright ridiculous. You want to talk about living by the 3? Well, they also die by the 3. So you're right, man. Those are going to have to drop. Whether or not Aiden Holloway is on the floor doesn't really matter. They're going to jack, I would say, a minimum of 40 trays in this game. If they hit, I think the magic number here, Pat, is 17. If they drill 17 or more triples in this game, they're going to win. I think that's the bottom line for Alabama. Are they capable of doing that? Yes, because you mentioned the Wisconsin game. That's the hiccup that Michigan had in the regular season was the fact that Wisconsin had 16 threes in that game. And you look at the Wolverines and how they have performed And their perimeter defense here in the month of March, well, they're giving up kind of an unsightly 35.2% from way downtown. So they haven't been locked down, stretching, challenging, contesting shots along the arc. So if Alabama gets some of those wide open looks, and it won't really matter. I mean, Mara could go out there at 7'3", extend the arms with his, gigantic frame that he has. They're going to try to shoot over the top, and they don't give a damn. That's just how they play. But if those triples are falling, and the other key here, too, is that Alabama's been an outstanding offensive rebounding team here in the NCAA tournament. They probably won't have as much success given the length of Michigan, but they get after on the glass. On top of that, get second and third chances of somewhat consistently. Dude, they could spring the upset.
Well, that's the thing. They did it against Texas Tech without JT Toppin, and they did it against Hofstra. They're not getting those offensive rebounds against Michigan. And I don't see how they stop Michigan. The Wolverines put up 101 against Howard. They put up 95 against St. Louis. They might score 100 again against Alabama. And the Crimson Tide's only chance is score 100 themselves. So that's got a range of outcomes that I don't know what the hell to expect in that one. But I'd be shocked if Michigan does lose the game. We'll take your phone calls, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll pivot, talk a little baseball, breaking down every division before the start of opening day. We're going to hit the AL Central coming up next. We'll predict who wins this tight division, as it always is when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
In what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront, and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team, they're just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans, and yes, I am Pat Boyle. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Get in on the fun of a new MLB season with a no-sweat token. If you don't win your bet with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Here's how it works. Number 1, log in to receive your MLB no-sweat token. Number 2, make a qualifying $5 to $1,000 MLB bet and attach the token. Number 3, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. All right, Brad, we broke down the AL East and the NL East yesterday. Let's break down the AL Central here today. Here's last year's standings. Remember, the Cleveland Guardians, is it a 15-game deficit? I'm having trouble remembering off the top of my head because I could not comprehend how the Tigers choked that division away. The Guardians stole it on the last weekend of the season, finishing 88-74. The Tigers 87-75. But then it was the Guardians who get bounced in the first round anyway again. Kansas City going 82-80, and then Minnesota and Chicago, the dregs of that division a year ago. And so what do we expect to happen this year? Remember, last year it was the Tigers who ended up exacting revenge. They choked the division, but then they went to Cleveland, won that best-of-3 series. Then they nearly knocked out the Mariners and lost that in 5. So it's a tight division as always. I forget off the top of my head what the folks at Pagoda have to say about this, but I do know that our friends at BetMGM have the Tigers as a pretty big favorite here to win the AL Central, nearly minus money. They're plus 110. The Royals at second, plus 225. The Guardians are third on this list. Let's start with Cleveland, though, because they lost a lot in their rotation. Tristan McKenzie went to the Padres, and he was limited with injuries last year anyway. John Means went to the Royals. Jacob Junis went to the Texas Rangers. They released Carlos Santana and Big Christmas, Joaquin Noel. So they're relying on a lot of their younger bats, of course. Still going to need a ton from Jose Ramirez and Steven Kwan to be productive. And so it's kind of a soft retool for the Guardians. But then again, it feels like we find the magic when it matters most. So what do you expect from this Cleveland Guardians team with a rotation that's going to have Tanner Bybee, Gavin Williams, Slade Ciccone, Joey Cantillo, and Parker Messick. It feels like this is the year that maybe Cleveland bottoms out because let's not forget they nearly sold off Stephen Kwan and a lot of their team at the deadline last year, and they had made a miracle run to the postseason, and it was all for naught anyway. Feels like unless Jose Ramirez and Stephen Kwan are both all-stars and like borderline MVP candidates, I don't see how Cleveland finishes with more than 84 wins. So I'm kind of down on the Guardians, as are a lot of people.
And I'm one of them. Yeah, I'll go ahead and join that boat, to say the least. Pacoda, by the way, has Cleveland projected to be second to last in this division, winning only 75.3 games. You mentioned the hitters. I mean, Jose Ramirez is an absolute stud. Guy's built like a beer keg with feet, just absolutely rocks the rawhide. And Stephen Kwan's an excellent table setter. But the rest of this lineup is just kind of meh. I think very average or slightly below average. You look at the starting rotation, nothing exciting there. Bybee is a guy that definitely had more than a handful of number of quality starts last year, was excellent in many instances, but I don't view him as a top of the rotation starter. I think he's more of an SB3. Bullpen, I think, is going to be borderline top 5 in Major League Baseball. That could be the saving grace for Cleveland, but are they going to put up enough runs to even get the lead to get in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning for that outstanding bullpen to come in and slam the door? That's the $64,000 question. I am a betting man, and I am betting against it. Yes, the Guardians, I don't think they're going to finish rock bottom, but they're going to be there probably 3rd at best, 4th more than likely in this division.
Yeah, I'm not expecting much out of them. Even though Stephen Vogt is a hell of a manager, I don't think they have enough talent. I think they lost too much. All right, let's go to the Detroit Tigers, who are the favorites to win the division, and they really made sure that they shored up this rotation. Whether or not they trade Tarek Skubal at the deadline, how this ends up playing out with my opinion, the best pitcher on the planet. Sorry, Paul Skeens. I still think Skubal's number one. They trade him at the deadline. They haven't given him the contract extension. It doesn't feel like they're going to give him the contract extension. So did they risk losing him for nothing? That's going to be the cloud that hangs over Tigers fans all spring and early summer. But they did get Framber Valdez and gave him 3 years for $115 million. They added Kenley Jansen. They reunited with Justin Verlander. And, they do have Tarek Skubal for now. So this rotation is top-notch stuff. Can this Tigers lineup continue to be, collective unsung heroes, if you will? Like, no disrespect to Kerry Carpenter. Like, he's a really, really good young hitter. Same with Cole Keith and Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson. I'll tell you who I'm most excited to watch. The number 2 prospect in all of baseball, Kevin McGee, 1-year-old who made the opening day roster. I'm expecting to see him in the lineup on Thursday. He's 21 years old, lefty that just absolutely rakes. Can't wait to watch him play. So it's a bunch of young guys that they're hoping to be studs in this lineup. We know the rotation is going to be great. Can the offense do what they couldn't do down the stretch last year? And that was hit their way out of a paper bag. This division always seems to throw us a couple of curveballs, but I think it would be surprising if the Tigers don't win the division this year.
Yeah, I think the rotation's going to be studly, as you mentioned, with Skubal and Valdez and Jack Flaherty back, and some of the other big arms that they have with Justin Verlander, though he is very long in the tooth. Bullpen is a little bit problematic and worrisome in my mind. I think it's going to be a bottom half collective in general. It just comes down to the lineup, and those bats. Can they lay the lumber consistently? I think this is just largely an average lineup in terms of power, in terms of patience, in terms of just its overall talent. There are a few that really stand out, as you mentioned, but this team, I think, is going to slightly underachieve offensively, though the rotation can work deep into games and be able to make up for those shortcomings. However, the bullpen, that's an area of investment. If they're in the hunt, they're going to have to be buyers at the trade deadline, I feel, to really shore up the back end of that staff to make sure that they're slamming doors consistently. Pagoda's got 84.2 wins, number 2 in this division. Certainly there in competition for the number one, who we're going to get to, but I am not at all guaranteeing the Tiger is going to win the Central.
Yeah, because that brings us right to the Kansas City Royals here, who they have a lineup that could absolutely mash. And Bobby Witt Jr., probably going to be an MVP candidate again. Vinny Pasquantino, the Italian Pasquantino, the Yeti Vinny Pasquantino, probably good for another 40 bombs. The ageless wonder, Sal Perez, very young stud, one of the top young players in baseball, and Jack Caglione, they brought up last year, and he had a great beginning to his season. But then this rotation, with Cole Reagans, who's an absolute ace lefty stud. You add him with Michael Wacha, who had a resurgence last year. Seth Lugo, who is continuing to age like a fine wine, and the rest of the guys in that rotation. My question marks with the Royals are in this bullpen. I don't trust this bullpen
Bingo.
as far as I can throw them. I know the starting rotation is going to be good. I know the top of the order is going to be good, but I feel like their bullpen could end up costing them numerous crucial games. And that is why I can't get behind the Royals and say they're going to win this division. But, I mean, they certainly have a pretty high floor, and I think they have a pretty high ceiling. So I'm very excited to watch Matt Quatraro manage this team this year and how he manages that pen. Because the Royals, they could end up winning this division. They've got the lineup. They got the stars to do so. Can the bullpen hold up, I think, is the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, I really love the staff. The guys out there towing the rubber in the starting rotation, they can work, 5, 6, occasionally 7 innings with Reagans. As long as he keeps the walk sound, the pitch count suppressed, they have that capability. They have that talent. But you're right, man. The $64,000 question is that bullpen. Can it even be average? That's all you're asking. Just a C level of play of a bullpen, and I think that could be a bit of a stab in the dark. You look at inside the pen, and a lot of these other sites, they're ranking it as a bottom 5 bullpen in all of Major League Baseball. So Bobby Witt, Pasquantino, Perez, Caglione, those guys are going to absolutely mash to ensure that errors do not happen when you're getting the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. It could happen. I mean, Bobby Witt is going to be in the MVP conversation. Dude's an absolute stud across the board. I think he's the best shortstop in the game. But, that bullpen is just all it does is raise questions. Pagoda's got 85.2 wins, winning this division. I think it's going to be a 3-horse race. It's going to be Kansas City, Detroit, and a team we haven't mentioned yet. They're going to be in contention in this division, and I think it's going to be hot. It's going to be contested, and it may come down last week of the regular season.
All right, let's go to the Twinkies here, the Minnesota Twins. They tried to add some pop to their lineup because they sorely missed some power in that lineup last year. They added Josh Bell and Victor Caratini, but I still think there's way too much. There's way too many flaws. There's way too many pockmarks on this Minnesota Twins team. We'll see if he could stay healthy. I mean, that's the ultimate question mark. Byron Buxton, by the way, is 32 years old now. That's incredible to me. If you would have asked me, how old is Byron Buxton? I would have said, I don't know, is he 28, 29? Byron Buxton's 32.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so this lineup ain't young. And again, they bring a lot of experience. It's a rotation. Joe Ryan's your ace. He had a really good season last year. Taj Bradley, Bailey Ober, the top guys in that rotation. This is another bullpen that I don't trust. And I just think there's too many what ifs for the Minnesota Twins to be good this year. They only won 70 games last year. They didn't do a whole lot in free agency. I count me in Twins being one of the worst teams in this division again. And if not for the White Sox, they probably would be the worst team in the division.
I think they're going to overachieve, man. I think I got plus power in this lineup. I think you're underselling it a little bit. Royce Lewis is going to be absolutely critical, right? He was a ballyhoo prospect. The guy can steal a few bags. He's got, I think, 25, 30 home run juice in that bat. The rotation doesn't really sell me too strongly. That bullpen might be as much of rubbish as Kansas City. So that's going to be a bit of an eyesore for the Twinkies this season. But again, I think the hitters are going to do better than what you were advertising. I had Minnesota in that 3-horse race with Kansas City, Detroit. I think they're going to be there in contention at least until mid-August or at least until the trade deadline, and we'll see what they do. But don't count out the Minnesota Twins based on what Pat Boyle is selling you. I think they're going to be better than what he believes.
Oof. Okay. Our producer Brandon Combs in the chat said Royce Lewis is a big bust. So he disagrees with your take there, Brad, but we'll see. We'll see if he turns into a Rolls Royce this season. Finally, the White Sox. the putrid, pathetic White Sox. They trade
Do we
Luis
care?
Robert. Yeah, I guess for 60 seconds we should. They trade Luis Robert to the Mets. They get Luis Angel Acuna. They get Munetaka Murakami from Japan. They get Austin Hayes. And I think, somebody that's not going to be a bust is Colson Montgomery, their young short left-handed stud. I think he's going to be great. Benintendi feels like he's become a nice veteran presence for this team. But then again, here's the rotation. Shane Smith, who throws smoke. I mean, he's good. Can he locate his off-speed stuff? I don't know. After that, man, I'm sorry. Like Anthony Kay, Davis Martin. You got Eric Fetty, who continues to somehow be on a major league roster. I'm not sure.
Right.
Fetty Wap. And a bullpen that's going to count on Sir Anthony Dominguez to be their closer. Kyle Teal is, I believe, starting the season hurt, but again, because he got hurt in the World Baseball Classic. That's right. But when he's healthy, he's the anchor of this lineup. One of the best young catchers in all of baseball. They're not there yet. Maybe in a year from now, I could maybe find myself saying, hey, look out for the White Sox. Might be a playoff team. Not this year. I still think they're going to be pretty damn bad.
The boos are going to be cascading down from the seats there inside, whatever they're calling it, guaranteed rate. I used to call it the sell, the old school Comiskey. They hate Ryan Storff. They want him to sell the team. That could maybe possibly lead to them leaving Chicago. So don't necessarily get what you're hoping for there, White Sox fans. The only saving grace of this organization, Pat, is the fact that the Chicago White Sox and Guaranteed Rate Stadium, I think, has the best food in Major League Baseball. The hot dog there is outstanding. The shakes are terrific. The beers are affordable. It only costs like $5 to go to a game because the product is so lousy on the field. I enjoy going to White Sox games and gaining about 10 pounds every time I go because that's the only way I can remotely stomach watching the product on the field. Oh, that and gambling.
Well, that, and let's not forget they let a woman bring a gun into the stadium, and then we all know how that ended.
That was in a fat fold, no less.
That's right. That's right.
Brought it
the old gun in the fat fold trick. All right, that's probably a good place to break. When we come back, we'll pick our division winners and our division MVP for the AL Central, the ever-intriguing AL Central. Plus, we'll also hit on who we think is our all-NCAA tournament team through the first two rounds. So we'll get back to some March Madness talk as well. And your phone calls at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM tonight rolls on next on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now, Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, it really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. You know, Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturts. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. You know, they've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, you know, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, you know, there's no telling.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Quick programming note coming up in 10 minutes from now. We're going to talk to the great Rob Doster, the co-founder of the Field of 68. Doster, we're going to break his chops. I can't wait to hear how his one bracket. Oh, I only do one bracket. I can't wait to hear how that one bracket is doing. But first, really quickly, Brad, let's finish off our AL Central breakdown here with opening day kicking off tomorrow with the Yankees and the Giants, and then the rest of baseball starting on Thursday. So we went through the 5 teams. Who wins the AL Central? I'll let you go first here. Who are the division champs come October?
I guess it's Detroit. I don't really feel confident about it. Again, I think it's going to be a 3-horse race. Detroit, Kansas City, and the wild card there being Minnesota. And then Bobby Witt Jr. is by far the MVP of this division. He is one of the, bar none, best, regardless of position, bat for bat, grounder for grounder, players in all of Major League Baseball. I think he's going to win an AL MVP as well. So give me Detroit. And then give me Bobby Witt to win MVP.
Okay. I'm going to, as much as I'd like to take the Kansas City Royals, because I do think their ceiling is tremendously high, I am going to go with the Tigers as well, because I'm of the belief that if they're in first place in the division, they're not trading Scooble. So crazier things have happened. As long as they get off to a decent start, which I think they will, they got the talent to do so, they're going to win the division, and they're not going to trade Scooble, and then we'll find out if they let him walk for nothing in the offseason. But I just can't see how you trade Tarek Scooble if you're 5 games in first place, 5 games, or even, even if you're 2 or 3 games ahead in first place, you can't trade Tarek Scooble. I think Jose Ramirez is still one of the best players in baseball, so I'm going with him to win the division MVP. It's not an actual award, but, we're just talking about who's going to be the best player in this division. Again, Jose Ramirez, he's ageless. He's awesome. He gets better as he gets older. OPS always in the high 800s. always over 30 home runs, always near 100 RBIs, swipes a ton of bags. He's had over 40 stolen bases each of the last 2 years. So, and he plays a pretty damn good infield as well. So I'll take Jose Ramirez to win to be the MVP of this division. All right, really quickly, 2 rounds down. We're getting ready for the Sweet 16, Brad. Who is your all NCAA tournament team through 2 rounds so far in March Madness? Go ahead and rattle it off position by position.
All right, point guard's got to be one Darius Acuff of Arkansas. 24 points in game 1, 36 in game 2. He's got 13 combined assists. Shooting guard, give me Braden Burries of Arizona. Has been a breakout sensation, especially over the second half of the season. A guy at 7 for 8 from way downtown so far this NCAA tournament. Yaxel Lindeborg from Michigan at forward. Guy is a stat sheet stuffer at 25 points and 6 rebounds in the last game. The other forward position, Milan Momcilovic, again, the best 3-point shooter, I believe, in all of college basketball, netting nearly 50% from downtown. And the big man in the middle at center, Matas Vokitaitis of Texas, an absolute load, 15-8, 23-16, 17-9 in his first 3 NCAA tournament games. There you have it. My all-tournament team so far into the Sweet 16.
All right, I agree with you on Acuff. I mean, he's right there at the top of the scorers so far through the first 2 rounds, just helping Arkansas get to the Sweet 16. He's been absolutely dominant. He's shot his way up the NBA draft board as well. He might be almost certainly a top 10 pick, might be a top 5 pick now. Darius Acuff from Arkansas, I agree with you. At the shooting guard, I'm going to go Jacoby Gillespie from Tennessee. I mean, he has quietly had himself a hell of a tournament here so far for the Volunteers. First 2 games, 29 points and 9 assists against Miami of Ohio, and then 21 points and 6 assists against Virginia. He's been absolutely tremendous. You know, he might be considered a point guard, but damn it, he's been too damn good to leave off this list, so I'm putting him in there. Cameron Boozer from Duke, you know, again, Duke shorthanded. They've had to rely on Boozer, and he's basically put up his season averages through the first 2 games. And, I mean, he's probably going to win the Wooden Award, so I got to throw Boozer in there. I'm going to put Zuby Ejiofor of St. John's because I love the kid. I think he's absolutely phenomenal. He's a guy averaging 16 points and 7 rebounds on the season. And so far in the first 2 games, 14-11 against Northern Iowa, and then 18-9 with 4 assists. And he's got 5 blocks through the first 2 games as well. And then no disrespect to Vokitaitis, but I got to give it to Terrace Reed from UConn. I mean, he put up 31 and 27 against Furman. And then another monster game against UCLA as well. So Terrace Reed from UConn rounds out my all-NCAA tournament team. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk to Rob Doster, the co-founder of the Field of 68. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
And what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team, they're just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
Nice.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Let's talk some college hoops, shall we? Let's bring in our guy, Rob Doster, the co-founder of the Field of 68, and Shoot Your Shot Productions. You can find him on Twitter at Rob Doster. Rob, first weekend for you, brother. How was the madness for you, man? You're traveling all over the place, it looked like.
Yeah, it was good. We did the first 2 days down there at the MGM National Harbor outside DC. 13-hour live streams in back-to-back days, which sounds really, really bad until you realize I hit a plus 969 parlay on Sunday, which was just one of those. You know how sometimes when you're down a little bit and you just load up one of those F it parlays. It was an F it parlay, and I ended up winning like $2,000 out of it. So that was nice, man. That was nice. There's nothing better than when you actually hit your F it parlay.
That's a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty. So that's good to hear about that. But Rob, I hope you and your holier than thou one bracket. I only do one bracket. I hope that bracket's doing great.
Yeah, well, it is, man, because you know what? I had Florida losing in the Sweet 16 already, and everybody else is still there. I think I still have all of my. I think I have all of my Elite Eight teams right now. So my number one bracket, the only bracket I do, like a real, honest, red-blooded American should, is doing just fine.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask you about another debate Brad and I were having earlier this week. Has March Madness become too chalky? I'm not saying we need a 14 or 15 seed Cinderella in the Elite Eight like St. Peter's, but man, this is 2 years in a row now where we have had so few upsets and so many blowouts. God for Iowa saving the weekend, in my opinion, but the big dance has basically become the big faves. Do you think March Madness needs more upsets to be more compelling?
I don't know, man. I thought that this first weekend was pretty compelling, to be honest with you. Like the Kentucky Santa Clara game was unbelievable. The Vanderbilt Nebraska game was unbelievable. Like both of the games that High Point played were just absolutely terrific. We had like St. John's won on a true buzzer beater. We had game winners. The first game of the day on Thursday was a buzzer beater. The first game of the tournament, Texas, was a buzzer beater. So I get where people are coming from with that, and people do love those underdog stories, but we just had the best ratings we've literally ever seen from the first weekend of the NCAA tournament, and I think that it's in a pretty healthy place. Now, would it be nice to be able to see some of these underdogs make a little bit of a run here? Yes, I'm thinking it would have been really fun to have High Point face off with Arizona in the Sweet 16, but we're in an era where we're still trying to figure out how to be able to level the playing field, and I just don't think. I mean, we talked about this last week, guys, but with the amount of players that are staying in school, what you're seeing now is the best teams in the country are not just talented, they're just as old now as the mid-majors. So it's no longer kids playing against adults. It's now adults playing against more talented adults. And the other part of it, and this doesn't get discussed enough, VCU is no longer a mid-major. Xavier's no longer a mid-major. Butler's no longer a mid-major. Wichita State's in the American, which is like, however you want to define it, maybe it's a mid-major, maybe it's not, but it's not like a true mid-major. So a lot of these schools that we loved as these darlings got bumped up into a bigger category and now can no longer be considered darlings when they make runs in the dance. So I think that also has a part of it as well.
Also, the Big Ten is representing in the Sweet 16 with 6 tickets punched. Are you surprised by the conference's postseason success? I know a lot of people absolutely went off on the Big Ten during the regular season. They're like, oh, yeah, they're, mighty mites. They're never really going to deliver the hype. They haven't won a national title since the year 2000. That's when Michigan State and Teen Cleaves cut down the nets. Do you feel now, with the 6 teams and the Sweet 16, the Big Ten has earned all the damn respect?
Well, listen, Brad, I don't know how to tell this to you. I am from the state of Connecticut. And in the state of Connecticut, we root for the Yukon Huskies. And when you root for the Yukon Huskies, you don't celebrate Sweet 16s. A Sweet 16 is just a step on the path. But I guess when you're the fan of a Big Ten program down there in Champaign, like that's kind of what you have to celebrate, right? Because you don't have another option but to celebrate Sweet 16. So I kind of understand why you're so excited about all these Big Ten teams getting to the Sweet 16, getting a third of the way to doing a thing that UConn has done 6 times since the last time we saw a Big Ten team do it. So, yes, congratulations. You got a bunch of guys that earned their participation trophy, and we'll see if someone can make it to the final weekend. Talk to me when we got Illinois and Michigan in Indianapolis. When that happens, then we'll be able to revisit this conversation. But for now, the Big Ten is doing what they're supposed to do as one of the highest paid and best conferences in college basketball during the regular season.
All right, so dishing out the disrespect per usual from Rob Doster, the ultimate UConn lover. All right, Doster, follow-up question. Sticking with the conference point of view, the ACC has got him right over the coals in this NCAA tournament with Duke, the only representative remaining. Why do you feel the league really floundered, and what does it say about Duke's chances potentially reaching Indianapolis? Do the Blue Devils even get there? Will they even get past St. John's?
I think they'll get past St. John's. I think St. John's will make it tough for them, but ultimately I think they'll get past. I just think the biggest issue was that there were a lot of good teams, but there weren't a lot of like really, really good contenders. Part of the reason for that is North Carolina lost a man by the name of Caleb Wilson, which changed what their season is. Part of that is Virginia ran into Tennessee on a night when Bishop Boswell turned into Chris Paul and Jacoby Gillespie decided he was going to go for 21. And that certainly doesn't help matters. And Michael Brown didn't play. So like 2 of the 3 best players in that conference did not play in the NCAA tournament, which really hurt their chances of being able to get teams through, right? Like if you took Braden Smith off Purdue and you took Keaton Wagler off Illinois and those teams lost in the first weekend of the tournament, we'd be having a very different conversation about the Big Ten overall. So I think some of it is just contextual, but maybe it does. Maybe that does end up hurting Duke, but it didn't hurt Duke last year. What hurt Duke last year was that when it came to, am I allowed to say nut cutting time? When it came to I'm going to say it anyway, I guess.
Yes.
So when it came to nut cutting time during the NCAA tournament last year, Duke kind of floundered. So that would be my concern with Duke. But hey, listen, man, in the last 4 games that they've played, the last 5 games that they've played, 4 of them they've either been down late in the second half or been in the middle of a dogfight like they were against TCU. So I think this Duke team is a little bit more battle tested than people give them credit for. I like them in this matchup against St. John's to win. I think St. John's is going to get ugly. I think that number is too big. Give me the 6.5. But at the end of the day, we're sitting here saying Zuby Ejiofor is a perfect matchup for Cam Boozer because they're the same size and the same height and the same physicality and the same athleticism. And if Zuby guards Cam Boozer, who are you putting on Big Pat Gongba? Because you don't really have a good answer for that. So if you put Zuby on him, then what are you going to do? Have Dylan Mitchell guard Cam Boozer? I think that when it comes down to it, the size and the strength and the physicality, the thing that is St. John's advantage against 99% of basketball teams that they play is just not going to work against Duke. So I think Duke finds a way to be able to get that done, even if they have to do it ugly, even if that game is played in the high 50s or low 60s.
It's good stuff. Talking to Rob Doster here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Rob is the co-founder of the very popular Field of 68. You can find him on Twitter at Rob Doster. Rob, first, do you think Dan Hurley has officially flown off the reservation? You're a UConn Husky fan. Another thing Brad and I were arguing about, Hurley is telling UConn fans to go early and root for the Johnnies, and then begging St. John's fans to stay after if they beat Duke and root for UConn so they have a crowd advantage before they potentially play each other in the Elite Eight. I could never root for my enemy. So what do you think of Hurley's comments? And then do you think UConn beats Izzo and Sparty?
He's better off asking for Duke fans to root for UConn, but Duke fans don't like UConn. Like that's the thing. Like you're going into enemy territory regardless of who's going to end up being there. And I think the unfortunate fact is that 1, Duke fans travel really, really well, and 2, St. John's fans are going to travel because they haven't been able to experience something like this in 27 years. So I think that when it comes down to it, he's worried about the fact that he's walking into what will probably be a road arena for the first 2 games that he plays. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I actually think UConn matches up really well with Michigan State for 2 reasons. 1, if Silas Demery, by the way, there is no reason that dude should be playing basketball right now. Like he's got an injury that he should be out until probably mid-April or early May with the injury that he has. And he just said, you know what? I've decided that I don't feel pain anymore. It's kind of like Brad on a Friday morning. I don't feel pain. I don't have a hangover. I'm just going to make this decision that I'm not going to hurt anymore. I'm just going to go play. And maybe he taped that thing up so tight And maybe he just loaded up on more Advil and Toradol than you should ever put in your body and that any human should ingest, because he played through it and he locked down Donovan Denton, who's one of the quickest players in college basketball. And if he could do that against Jeremy Fears, Michigan State's going to have a very difficult time scoring. And the other problem there is Jackson Kohler, he's a big guy, right? He's not used to chasing guards around screens. He's going to have to chase Alex Caravan everywhere. I don't know how he does that. And this is what terrifies me. Every time, this is anecdotal. I don't have stats on this. I'm not 100% positive it's true. Every time I've ever felt good about UConn winning a game, they lose. And every time I'm like, I don't know how they're going to be able to get this thing done. They go out there and they beat UCLA by 16. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous about this. And I'm terrified about the fact that regardless of what happens, I'm going to have to talk to Goodman 20 minutes after the end of that game live on the Field of 68 after dark, which, I mean, there's no level of hell that's bad enough than having to talk to Goodman after your favorite team loses. Because that man, that he does not love anything. He just doesn't understand. Like, Brad, when Illinois loses, I know enough not to reach out to you for like at least a couple hours, even if it's just Smart. A joke. Like, just you need a cooling down period. That's not Goodman. There would be like 3 seconds left of a game where you're down by 3, and he'll be like, "Hey, Doster, how you feeling?" Get out of here, man. Come on. Let me just be miserable in peace. That's all I want.
Oh, the blatant lack of disrespect from our good buddy, Jeff Goodman. Godspeed to you. Doster, let's talk about my Illini right now. Illinois-Houston is arguably the best Sweet 16 matchup around. One with a lot of Final Four vibes. It's in Houston, but given the Big Ten's heavy presence inside Toyota Center, because you got Iowa and Nebraska playing beforehand, the game could be a virtual road environment at home for the Cougs. Illinois right now is a 3.5-point underdog at BetMGM. Do my Illini get one step closer to this jackass streaking the quad and reaching the Final Four? Give me a breakdown, and please tell me, Illinois takes this.
Yeah, this is going to be a road game for Iowa, Houston, and Illinois. Like we all understand this, right? Like this, there's going to be 15,000 Nebraska fans in that building. Everyone's kind of come to terms with this, right? Like that was unbelievable. The way that they showed up in Oklahoma City, and here's the crazy part about it, right? I feel like a lot of people on the East Coast or a lot of people on the West Coast might be like, well, yeah, it's Nebraska to Oklahoma City. Like that's close. You have to go through an entire state. Kansas is in between Nebraska and Oklahoma City. Right. It's like a 6.5 hour drive, and the entire building was filled with Nebraska. That's insane. That's incredible. I don't think that's getting anywhere near enough conversation, because I think most people are just dumb and don't realize there is an entire state between Nebraska and Oklahoma. So yeah, it's going to be a home game for Nebraska, because they didn't have to go home. They just drove further south. They just kept going. They're like, hey, let's keep this party rolling, baby. Honestly, I'm really regretting not going to Houston, because those Nebraska fans seem like a really good time. They seem like a really good hang. What did you ask me again? Oh yeah, Illinois.
Houston.
I feel good about Illinois being able to make a little bit of a run. You got me arguing about geography, Brad. Come on. You knew what was going to happen as soon as you brought me on here and started talking about this. I feel good about Illinois, man. I really like this matchup for them against Houston. And I don't know if I should, but I like that they have multiple guys that can be really good on-ball defenders. I like the way that they can shoot. And the biggest thing is they have size. And what Illinois wants to do to you, especially off of ball screens, is they're going to put 2 on the ball, and they're going to try to trap it, and they're going to overload the one side, and they're going to dare you to have big point guards be able to do retreat dribbles and look to make a skip pass over the top. And I don't know if there's anybody better at doing that than Keaton Wagler. Now, he's going to have his work cut out for him dealing with just how difficult that on-ball pressure is. But as long as he can handle that on-ball pressure, he's the guy that can pick that pass. And Illinois is so good at like skip, swing, boom, wide open 3. They make the right pass. They make the right play. They move it so quickly. And so much of what Houston does defensively is playing rotation. I think if Illinois they're going to get a lot of open 3s. I bet they shoot like 35 to 38 threes. If they make 14 of them, which is like 40%, pretty close to what they do on the season, I think that they win this game.
Woo!
Oh, baby. We're talking to Rob Doster for another 2 minutes or so here on BetMGM tonight. Rob is the co-founder of the Field of 68 Rob, you mentioned Duke and the Johnnies, and there was the potential of Caleb Foster missing another game for the Blue Devils. Another team that could be in trouble if one of their key players is missing is the Iowa State Cyclones, who are hoping to get Joshua Jefferson back for their battle with Tennessee after he had that bad ankle roll against Tennessee State in the first round. They didn't miss him too badly when they beat up Kentucky in the second half. Do you think Iowa State wins and KOs Rick Barnes Volunteers, even if Joshua Jefferson is out once again?
Well, first and foremost, if I was TJ Otzelberger and I was that medical staff, the first thing I'd be doing after watching Sunday's game is getting on the phone with UConn and saying, okay, give me the cocktail of drugs that you gave Silas Demery. Let me know exactly what they were. I'm going to take my notes right here. I'm going to write it all down. You give him this, you give him this, you shoot him up with that, you tape it up with this, boom, good to go. Maybe that will get him out on the floor. I don't expect Josh Jefferson to play. I'm not trying to break news, but just with how bad that injury looked and the way that he rolled it, where it went sideways and over to the front, like that just looked like a really painful one, man. So I would not expect him to play, but even if he doesn't, I think Iowa State has a pretty significant advantage in this because of how good their guards are defending the ball. They made Denzel Aberdeen and Kentucky's backcourt look like they'd never seen ball pressure before. Like they had guys making passes that my 10-year-old team could make. Where skip past, like Kentucky was throwing passes that were going over in the stands, and like it was like, who are you looking at when you're throwing this? And they speed you up and they rush you and they make you uncomfortable, and they're always just right there, and it's annoying and it's pesky and it's exhausting to have to deal with that. And I think Iowa State's guards are going to be good enough to be able to give Jacoby Gillespie problems, give Bishop Boswell problems, and make it really difficult to get Nate Ament the ball where he needs it to be effective. I like Iowa State in this game with or without Josh Jefferson.
All right. Very good. Rob, we appreciate it, man. Enjoying where you, I have dementia. I forget if you told us where you're going to be this weekend. Where are you headed for the games this weekend for the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight?
Back in DC, remember? I got to deal with Goodman after the game. I'll be down there courtside watching my Huskies play. So anybody listening, Tonic at Quigley's Pharmacy, come to G and 21st. We're going to be hanging out Thursday night and Saturday night, watching those games. There's a bunch of TVs. The beer is going to be ice cold. Just put it on Jeff Goodman's tab. He's got it covered for you. Don't worry about it. He's going to buy
definitely got it covered. So, yeah, no doubt.
Got it covered. Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right, Rob, enjoy DC, brother, and go UConn, man. Enjoy. We'll talk to you next week.
He knows. Later, fellas.
See you, Rob.
So, Brad, impromptu trip to DC, drink on Jeff Goodman?
Well, yeah, look, Goodman's going to pick up the tab, and he's going to have me run it back when I see him in Indianapolis next week. So, sure, why not? It's going to be on Goodman this time, and I'll pick it up next time.
All right, very good. There it is. That was Rob Dauster, co-founder of the Field of 68. Find him on Twitter at Rob Dauster. We'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. When we come back, we broke down the AL Central last hour. We're going to do the wide open NL Central. Is it wide open? Hopefully not for a couple of other folks on this show, but we'll break down the NL Central when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now by Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson. It really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturtz. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. They've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, there's no telling.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
I'd say guess who's back, but you heard that all-powerful man's voice. We're back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Shout out once again, Rob Doster coming on with us. And, if you see him in D.C. this weekend, make sure that if UConn loses, you rub it in his face. Get in on the fun of a new MLB season with a no-sweat token. If you don't win your bet with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Here's how it works. Number 1, log in to receive your MLB no-sweat token Number 2, make a qualifying $5 to $1,000. You're feeling really frisky. MLB bet, attach the token. Number 3, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Brad, let's talk about the NL Central. It's division near and dear to your heart. Our producer, Brandon Combs, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. You guys are all Cubbies fans. Last year, the Milwaukee Brewers won the division again. Pat Murphy, best manager in baseball. That's right. I won't hear otherwise. Craig Counsell left to go to the Cubbies, and he doesn't know how to manage a bullpen in October. That's just facts. It's just facts. The Brewers won 97 games. They have the best record in baseball. Cubbies were 92-70. They both made the postseason, played off in that epic NLDS where the Brew Crew won it in an epic Game 5 behind Jacob Mizorowski. I hear he can't locate his fastball. He was pretty damn good in that Game 5 against the Cubbies. The Reds were 83-79, and then St. Louis and Pittsburgh both finished under 500. But our friends at BetMGM have the Cubbies as a pretty decent-sized favorite to win the division at plus 110. Brewers, second best odds, nearly 2.5 to 1. Reds, third. Pirates, fourth. Cardinals, 30 to 1 to win this division. We'll get to them in just a bit, but let's start with the division champions from a year ago, the Brew Crew, because they had themselves an eventful offseason. They trade, they lose Freddie Peralta, they lose Jose Quintana, they lose Caleb Durbin and Rhys Hoskins. Now they added Gary Sanchez and Akil Baddoo to come off the bench. Can they pull another rabbit out of their hat this year? That great top of that lineup is unquestioned. Jackson Chourio, Bryce Turang, William Contreras, the ageless wonder, Christian Yelich, who's now 34 years old. We'll see how his back holds up. And then that pitching rotation, I think it's going to be so damn good, man. They get Brandon Sproat in that trade from the Mets. They also added Kyle Harrison. They got Brandon Woodruff coming back, but it's Mizorowski and Chad Patrick at the top of it. And then it's a pretty damn good bullpen led by Abner Uribe and Trevor McGill. So can the Brewers, like I said, pull a rabbit out of their hat again? They got Pat Murphy. I love that top of that lineup, Brad. I think they're going to be a wild card team at worst. What about you?
Yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment. They're definitely going to push the Chicago Cubs to take the division crown. There's no doubt about it. I like the starting lineup quite a bit, as you mentioned, with Chourio, Turang, Contreras, and Yelich. Andrew Vaughn, too, man. He was absolutely raking at the dish last season, coming over from a trade with the Chicago White Sox. He was splitting gas like crazy. Had a career resurgence, if you will, over the second half of the season that carried to the postseason. He was unbelievable. A plus bullpen, plus starting rotation. They have the goods to be a playoff team. Pagoda's got it projected for 82.2 wins. It's the Brewers, man. All they do is exceed expectations. Probably going to win 85 to 87 games. The Cubs are not going to run away with this division. I think the Cubs are the best team, and we're going to get to them in more detail here in a second. But Milwaukee is going to push them from beginning all the way to the end of September. So don't sleep on the Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah, they could pull, indeed, another rabbit out of the hat and maybe saw the Chicago Cubs in half.
Ooh. All right, let's talk about your Cubbies. They are the favorite to win the division. They improved to 92 wins last year under Craig Counsell, lost to the Brewers in the NLDS. They lose Kyle Tucker, but they replace him with Alex Bregman. They also make the big trade to acquire Edward Cabrera from the Marlins, and they overhauled that bullpen, which was very shaky. Very, very shaky indeed. Now, Palencia is at the back end of it, and he was a freaking stud for Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic. They also had Phil Maton, Hobie Milner, and Jacob Webb. So, did the Cubs do enough in their rotation to sustain success? We know that lineup is going to be freaking great. PCA, we mentioned last hour, the breaking news contract extension, 6 years, $115 million. Michael Busch, Bregman's in the middle of it now. Nico Horner, Swanson, Ian Happ are all back. And then the rotation is Matthew Boyd, Cade Horton, Shota Imanaga, Cabrera, who they traded for, and Jameson Taillon. I have big question marks about this rotation, Brad. Is that the biggest concern for you? What is the biggest thing you're worried about with the Cubbies in 2026?
Bullpen as usual. I think it's going to be middle of pack pen. We're going to see, Palencia on the back end. He's a guy that just throws straight gas. He's going to be another effective closer. And it was kind of a more rotational approach late in the season from Craig Counsell on how they're approaching in-game situations. I still think that's an area need, an area of investment. I actually like the rotation. with Boyd and Shota Imanaga. Edward Cabrera, I think, is a solid third man in this rotation coming over from the Miami Marlins. Jameson Tyone is your SP5 and a guy that can absolutely eat up innings. Kate Horton was outstanding, to say the least. Now, they're already dealing with injuries, with Seiya Suzuki getting injured in the WBC. Starting the year on the IL. We're going to find out how long he is out with that knee setback. But yeah, they should be a high contact team, should be a high on base team overall. They got plus power, plus base rating running overall because of PCA's elite speed. He's got to draw some walks. The Cubs are the best team in this division. Pagoda's got them winning 90.5 games. I think that is spot on and accurate. I think they take this division. It's going to be close. They're not going to run away with it. But, come early October, they win the sucker by 3 full games over Milwaukee.
All right, let's look at the other teams that'll be chasing the pack. Well, we expect them to be chasing the pack of the Cubbies and the Brewers all season. That's the Cincinnati Reds. They reunited with power-hitting third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Genie Suarez also had a big World Baseball Classic for Venezuela. They got Nathaniel Lowe from the Rays, and they bolstered the pitching staff by getting Brock Burke, Caleb Ferguson, and then in the bullpen, they re-signed Emilio Pagan to be their closer here. And it's a rotation that has a lot of young arms with a lot of life to them. Andrew Abbott, the lefty, Brady Singer, who's now almost 30. I feel like Brady Singer was just 22. I mean, is it just me or all these? I feel like these guys are just aging in dog years before my eyes. Maybe I'm just getting old. But then the young guys expected to be big-time players, Rhett Lauder and Chase Burns. Again, this is the lineup. This is the lineup that's going to dictate whether or not the Reds actually break through this year. I feel like they're kind of the Orioles of the National League. Now, Baltimore had a ton of success. Cincinnati hasn't really had that big amount of success just yet. I mean, I say that they did get to the playoffs last year. They did get swept in 2 by the Dodgers, but can they make it back-to-back years in the postseason? We had 3 in the National League, in the National League Central from the postseason a year ago. Ellie De La Cruz is going to light the sabermetrics and the analytics world on fire, but I just don't know if the rest of that lineup is going to be consistent enough to get them to 86, 87 wins, which is probably where you got to be at minimum to make it out of the wild card. TJ Friedel, Matt McClain, they're relying on 22-year-old Sal Stewart probably to hit in the middle of that order along with Suarez. There's too many question marks and too much inconsistencies for me over the last 2 years for this Reds lineup for me to think they can win the division. So can they be a wild card team? That is the question.
Yeah, I think they're going to fall short of that expectation. Pagoda's got them winning 77.8 games. The rotations, there's some talent there. There's no doubt about it. As you mentioned with Abbott, Lodolo, Singer, Lauder, and Burns, the back of the rotation, talented but unproven for the most part. Eugenio Suarez is going to be a big bopper. There's no doubt about that bandbox at Great American Ballpark. You're probably going to hit 40 long balls this year. Ellie De La Cruz, the fastest man in baseball. Always a threat to, swipe 40, 50, 60 bags in a season. Can he fill out in terms of power capacity? We'll have to wait and see on that. He's still not really hit his peak season yet. The bottom of this lineup has got potential there with Matt McClain, who's a strong contact hitter, like Brian Hayes, who used to be a top prospect, formerly the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's an excellent glove on the hot corner, but he's underachieved offensively. I think ultimately they're not going to have enough of a fiery stick as a collective to get enough wins to get them in the postseason, despite some of the positive they had. And the bullpen, I think, is rubbish. That's the other downside with the Cincinnati Reds club. So 77.8, that might be on the high side. I think they only win 75 games this year.
Wow, that would be a very disappointing year for the Cincinnati Reds and our guy John Sadak, who's going to be their play-by-play broadcaster on TV all year. So we'll talk to Sadak soon about the Reds, that's for sure. All right, let's go to the Pirates. We know they got the best pitcher in the National League in Paul Skeens. Mitch Keller ain't too bad himself. But, look, they got an owner that just, in Bob Nutting, that just refuses to spend money. They did have some nice offseason acquisitions, though. They get Brandon Lau from Tampa Bay. They get Ryan O'Hearn from San Diego, who was with Baltimore to start the year last year. And they had Marcell Ozuna from St. Louis. to add to the rest of this young, talented lineup. O'Neal Cruz at the top, another StatCast darling. He runs like hell, hits the ball 150 miles an hour off the bat. Brian Reynolds is as solid as they come in the middle of an order. And so we know Skeens is going to be dominant every 5 days. We know there's some pop in that lineup. And so this is another very interesting team here, the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think, again, this is another team. I know it's not sexy talking about bullpens, but the back end of this bullpen gives me a lot of pause here. They brought in Gregory Soto in free agency. Dennis Santana, they got him off waivers from the Yankees a couple of years ago, and now he's going to be their closer this year. So for me, it's the bullpen and it's the back end of the rotation that makes me pause. 2 out of every 5 days are like one game in a series. The Pirates will, if you watch them, in my opinion, you're probably going to be like, holy smokes. Like, obviously on days Skeens pitches, but like even then, I think the lineup's going to have some big days. But again, a team that I just think is going to be too inconsistent to make a real push at the playoffs.
I think they're going to overachieve, quite frankly. I think there's a lot of talent in this starting lineup. I love O'Neal Cruz. Brandon Lowe was a great acquisition. Marzola Zuna still got some bop in that bat. Ryan O'Hearn, pretty strong hitter there in the middle of this lineup. They got Brian Reynolds there as well, high contact hitter in his own regard. You're right about the back of the rotation. A lot of question marks there. Top of the rotation with Skeens, godlike. There's no question about it. Mitch Keller eats up a ton of innings. The guy gets to 6-7 innings every single start that's out there. Maladzorowski, whatever how you pronounce his name, I always forget about it. How do you pronounce that, Pat? Tell me, give it to me right now.
Your guess is as good as mine. I think it's Mladzinski, Carmen Mladzinski.
Mladzinski. Yeah, I always get that wrong. He's interesting. I remember him in the rotation last year. Bullpen, you're right. There are question marks, but there's some upside there. This team, according to Bakota, got him winning 79.6 games. I think that's a little bit on the high side, but I could see them outpacing Cincinnati this year. So I think the team's going to finish a solid third, believe it or not. So buck up with the Buccos there in the NL Central.
Yeah, just to backtrack here, one thing I failed to mention about Cincinnati, which our producer Brandon Combs pointed out, Hunter Green, again, one of the best young pitchers in baseball. He just went on the 60-day IL 2 days ago. They had a surgery to remove bone chips in his elbow. So, I mean, hell, that's probably missing the first half of the entire season. Can Cincinnati's rotation stay afloat before they get Hunter Green back? And then you ask the question, is Hunter Green going to look like the guy that we've seen so far in his young big league career, or is this going to be just a lost season for him? That's a huge question mark. All right, and then finally, let's move on to the St. Louis Cardinals. Not often we're talking about how bad the Cardinals are going to be, because this is a team for years, for decades, has been the model of consistency in Major League Baseball. But man, they really stripped it down this offseason here. So honestly, I think a fair question: do the Cardinals even win 65 games? Do they suffer less than 100 losses this year? That is the real question here. And again, I feel like I watch a good amount of baseball, and Brad, I'm looking up and down this lineup. I can't tell you who half the hell these freaking guys are. I really can't. I really can't. I mean, again, they've got Alec Burleson, who's going to be good. Mason Wynn, the young 24-year-old playing at shortstop, is really good for them. But honestly, this team is going to stink on ice. And I also can't tell you half the hell these guys are in this bullpen. So I ain't going to act and pretend to be an expert. I can't tell you who half the roster is. I don't think the Cardinals are going to be a good team.
You're telling me you don't know all the particulars of J.J. Weatherholt? Yeah, I can't tell you who the hell that guy is either.
I think he's their top prospect, but yes, that's a fair point.
Yeah, great. Okay, as a top prospect, they're going to be the dregs of the keg. You're going to need all of the Budweiser. You're going to have to drink the entire vat, St. Louis, to try to suffer through this season. And quite frankly, cue all the Seinfeld memes. Pop the popcorn in the mouth. I'm totally here for it. That's too bad. That's just a shame. It's a damn shame the St. Louis Cardinals is going to be the dregs of the keg. It's just really, pour one out for this organization. The supposed best baseball fans on the known planet. I'm going to laugh when they can't even fill, a third of the stadium on a regular basis there at the new Busch. So I am thrilled and ecstatic that St. Louis will be lucky to win 65 games this year. They stink, and I'm totally here for it.
Oof. Yeah. I mean, look, you take out the COVID season, the St. Louis Cardinals have not won fewer. They haven't won fewer than 70 games. You got to go all the way back to 1994. That was the partial lockout season. And the partial lockout in 95 as well. They went 62-81. So they haven't, they're projected to be like one of the worst Cardinals teams in nearly 30 seasons. Oof. All right, really quickly. Who wins the NL Central? I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. The Cubs on paper are the best team. Pat Murphy is the best manager in baseball. I think the Brewers do it yet again. I think they are going to win 90 games, and I think that wins the NL Central because I think it's going to be a logjam. Cubs and the Brewers and the Reds. So I think the Brewers edge out the Cubs for the division crown.
Blasphemy! Cubs are taking this bad boy. It's going to be rather close. I agree. Milwaukee is going to be ultra competitive. It's going to push the Chicago Cubs to the bitter end. But the Cubs win it. And PCA for MVP. Take a walk, son. And you're going to hoist the trophy at the end. Yeah, there it is. Go, Cubs, go! Go, Cubs, go! Go, Pat! What do you say? The Cubs are gonna win. I can't hear it, Pat.
To be the best in the National League. It's a great song. It's a phenomenal song. I love the song. I just thought, you're not going to hear more of those than you hear whatever the Brew Crew sings, beating on the drum all day. I know they play that at Packers games. I don't know if they play that when the Brewers win. I couldn't tell you. I just know that the guy goes down the slide, whatever the hell their mascot's called.
Bernie.
When they hit a home run.
Bernie. Yeah, Bernie Brewer.
How could I forget? My MVP, look, it's probably going to be Paul Skeens, I mean, Cy Young of the division, MVP of the division. I think he's going to be that freaking dominant again. If you're asking me who's going to be the MVP hitter of the division, I will go with
PCA.
Bryce Turang from the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh.
All right, we'll take a short break.
Blasphemy.
Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, a little start, bench, and cut. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
And what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team, they're just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix here for a couple of minutes. Let's do a little start, bench, and cut, and we'll do a little March Madness Major League Baseball mashup here. So, Combs, what do you got for us?
All right, let's start with college basketball here. Start, bench, cut, Darius Acuff, Darren Peterson, and Cam Boozer. Brad?
Oh, I got to start Darius Acuff. I think pound for pound, next to A.J. DeBonsa, the best point guard in the entire U.S. of A. I'm going to go Cam Boozer, your player of the year, front runner at number 2, and Darren Peterson shouldn't even be remotely close to this conversation. Can't hang on to a candle compared to these other two guys. So, again, start Acuff, Boozer bench, and definitely a strong cut on Darren Peterson.
Yeah, I agree with Brad on the end there, cutting Darren Peterson. I mean, we have kind of questioned the merits of him being a lottery draft pick, number 1 draft pick in the NBA for sure here for weeks now. But I'm going to disagree. I'm going to start Cam Boozer. I just think what he gives Duke is you can't match it. I mean, both offensively and defensively, the size, the interior defending, the ability to score. Acuff is awesome. He's tremendous. He's brilliant. Arkansas has got other scorers, though, and I worry about his defensive ability, especially in the next game against Arizona. It's going to be tested big time. So I'll go start Cam Boozer, bench Darius Acuff, and I agree with Brad, cut Darren Peterson.
Yeah, I think Acuff means more to his team than Darren Peterson for sure. But Cam Boozer, to me, is the best player in college basketball. I love Cam Boozer a lot. You need Cam Boozer to start. I'll bench Acuff and cut Peterson. All right, let's go with coaches. Tom Izzo, Dan Hurley, Tommy Lloyd. Pat?
Oh boy, this is a tough one. I mean, if we're talking about all-time resumes, that's one thing. I'll just go right now in the present. Oof, damn. Look, I mean, after his comments today, begging St. John's fans to show up and root for his team, maybe I should cut Danny Hurley, but I'm going to start him just out of respect for what he's done here in the last 3-4 years with UConn, back-to-back national championships in the Sweet 16 once again. Even last year, they lose in the second round. They pushed Florida all the way to the brink as an 8 seed. So I'll go start Dan Hurley. Oh, I mean, this is tough. I mean, look, you got to factor in Izzo's legendary career in this because he's still got Michigan State year after year going to the big dance, making deep runs. I'll bench Izzo, and it's a tough cut. I love Tommy Lloyd. He's got a great team in Arizona. I picked him to win the freaking title. I'm going to cut him. It's a tough one, but that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, no order dispute for me. Danny Hurley has got to be number one on the list, so he absolutely has to start because the couple of national titles, arguably the best coach right now in the business. Bench for Shizzle Izzo hasn't won a national title since the year 2000. That was the last time Big Ten team did it with Mateen Cleaves. He has an unbelievable Hall of Fame resume, but he is a bench candidate. You got to cut Tommy Lloyd. Yes, they may be a front runner to win the national title this year, but he doesn't have the hardware yet, so doesn't really belong in this conversation. So Hurley start, Izzo bench, and Tommy Lloyd, bye-bye.
Yeah, I left Ben McCollum off of this list because it just wouldn't be fair to the other three. All right, let's go to baseball here. PCA, Jackson Churio, O'Neal Cruz, 3 center fielders from the National League Central. Start, bench, cut, Brad.
All right, my bias got to bleed through here. Give me PCA to start. Guy does a little bit of everything. The best glove in center field in the game, in my opinion. Jackson Churio is my bench candidate here. A guy that's an on-base machine, high contact hitter. Got a little pop in the bat, and I guess I'll cut O'Neal Cruz. Guy's got electric speed on the bases. His exit velocity is outlandish off the bat. Pretty good mitt as well. It's a tough one. But I'm going to start PCA, Churio to bench, and I guess I got to cut Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy one after what he did last year. O'Neal Cruz hit 200 with an OPS of 676. So he may hit the ball 130 miles an hour off the bat, but it normally finds the other people's gloves or it goes right into the dirt for a ground out. I think he's capable of putting up all-star numbers, but I'd have to see it. So I will cut O'Neal Cruz, and I know I've been ribbing you guys about the Cubbies, but yes, PCA has to start after the 30-30 year he had. Just absurd numbers. And Jackson Churio, I'll put him on the bench. Back-to-back years with more than 20 home runs, more than 75 ribbies, and more than 20 stolen bases. It's pretty damn good. It's not what PCA did last year. All right. Combs, we'll chat more. Brad, we'll bid you adieu. Can't wait. We're one step closer to the Sweet 16, brother. When we come back, Victor Wembanyama thinks he should be the MVP. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now, Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, it really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, They spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturts. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. They've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, there's no telling.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu for the night to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 more solo hours now coming up, taking you all the way to 11 p.m. Eastern, as we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You could also tweet me at PatBoyle44. So add Victor Wembanyama to the list of delusional folks who think they should win the MVP. over Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. 310-840-4910. Victor Wembanyama basically proclaimed himself the MVP last night after the Spurs beat the Miami Heat 136-111. They're 22-2 in their last 24 games. The Spurs are great. They've been a great team, and Victor Wembanyama is the MVP of his own team. Sure. It's not the MVP in the National Basketball Association. And last time I checked, if we're talking about winning, the Oklahoma City Thunder are still the 1 seed in the West. They've got a 3-game lead on the Spurs. Now, Wembanyama, he did speak after the game last night, and he basically made his case. He said, quote, "I have thought about it. I think right now there is a debate. There should be. Even though I think I should lead the race, I'm trying to make sure that at the end of the season, there is no debate." He's right. There's no debate. SGA is going to run away with this award for the second straight year. Because you look at their play, you look at the numbers, you look at the value that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander brings to the Thunder, and it's not really close. I'm sorry. Jaylen Brown tried doing the same thing a couple of weeks ago. LeBron James went to bat for him, saying, yeah, he should be in the conversation. He should be right near the top. No, wrong. And Victor Wembanyama now trying to insert himself into the conversation, and he is, once again, wrong. Let's just take a quick snapshot here of the numbers these guys have put up this year. And I know numbers aren't everything, trust me. I'm not just going to basically read box scores here to you. But let me just point out how just the raw numbers, just the raw numbers themselves, it's not really close. So SGA is the second leading scorer in the NBA behind Luka Doncic. He's averaging 31.5 points per game. That's despite the fact that he only plays about 33 minutes a game because the Thunder routinely blow teams out of the water by 20 to 30 points. And there's many games where he doesn't even play the fourth quarter. Like last night when they destroyed the Sixers. And off the top of my head, I don't think SGA played the fourth quarter. 31.5 points per game. Wemby is 14th in the league with 24.5 points per game. And Wemby's only played about 29 minutes a game because remember, he had the calf injury earlier in the season. He missed a bunch of games. I would say a handful of games. He's most likely going to end up getting to the 65-game threshold, which you need to be considered to win the MVP. He's at 57 games. He's got to play 8 out of the Spurs' final 10 games. And at this point, unless he suffers another injury, he's going to get to 65 games. But they've managed his minutes all throughout mostly December and January. He's even coming off the bench for a little bit. So, okay. 4 fewer minutes per game than SGA, but 7 fewer points. 24 points per game to 31.5 points per game. Let's look at the rebounding. Well, Victor Wembanyama is 7'5", so I would hope that he is right near the top of the league in that, and he is. Wembanyama, 11.2 rebounds per game. That is 5th in the NBA. SGA, despite being a point guard, 4.5 rebounds per game. Pretty good. SGA, 6.6 assists per game. That is 17th in the NBA. Wembanyama, not that good of a passer. And for a guy that has the ball in his hands so often, like Nikola Jokic averages 10.5 assists. Wemby only averages 3. He's not a good passer. He needs to improve it to his game. SGA is a great passer, and like I said, averages 6.5 assists. Let's look at the steals. SGA, 1.5 steals a game. Wembanyama, only 1. But then Wemby, of course, being 7'5" and a ridiculous shot blocker, ridiculous rim protector, 3 blocks per game. That is number 1 in the NBA by far. Nobody else averages more than 2 blocks a game. SGA averages just under 1. And then the turnovers. It's another area. Victor Wembanyama turns the ball over too much. For somebody that doesn't get a lot of assists per game, he averages 3 assists. He averages 2.5 turnovers. SGA, who has the ball in his hands all the time on every possession, the highest usage outside of Luka of anybody in the league, more than 6.5 assists per game and only 2.2 turnovers. Only Kawhi Leonard is in the top 40 scorers in the NBA, averages fewer turnovers per game than SGA. So that's the first reason. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is still one of the most prolific scorers. He's always got the ball in his hands. He rarely turns the ball over. He is efficient as hell. He's like one of the most efficient players in the history of the NBA. Like, look it up. SGA is right at the top. The guy like maximizes every single possession. Every single possession. Wembanyama is the best defender in the NBA. And at 7'5", yeah, he naturally grabs double-digit rebounds per game. His scoring needs more work. His ball handling needs more work. His ball protection needs more work. Because here's the thing. The big argument that Victor Wembanyama made was that, nobody talks about defense enough. He said, quote, "My first one would be that defense is 50% of the game and that it is undervalued so far in the MVP race. I believe I'm the most impactful player defensively in the league." Okay. True. You are the most impactful player defensively in the league. And the fact that you are the best defensive player in the league, yeah, that puts you in the conversation. For sure. You're in it. You're in the conversation, Wemby. I mean, you look at the betting odds, which isn't always the crystal clear thing, but Wemby is third on the list in odds. He's 13-1, but he's third on the list. He's in the conversation. He's going to be a finalist. SGA is minus 1,000. Like, it's virtually over. It's virtually over. The only thing is if SGA suffers an injury. He's got to play 5 out of the final 10 games that the Thunder play to get to 65 games. He's played 60. Barring that, there is no debate. There is no conversation. SGA's winning his second straight MVP, and Victor Wembanyama ain't coming close. Other than that, he's going to be a finalist. He might finish third in the voting. But it'll be way behind SGA. Here's the other thing, too. You talk about for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he scores so much. That's because he takes so many shots. Yeah, and he shoots 56% from the field. 56%. The only guys ahead of him in terms of field goal percentage are all centers that literally do most of their damage from right under the cup. From right under the cup. 56% from the field for a guy that takes 19 shots per game is utterly absurd. The only person that is even close is Kevin Durant at 52%, and then Kawhi at 50%. Victor Wembanyama shoots 50% from the field. That's a massive difference. That's what I'm talking about, the efficiency. SGA is one of the most efficient players in the history of the NBA when you look at what he's done the last 3 seasons here. And then from deep, SGA shoots 39%, which is pretty damn good, and Wemby shoots 35%. For a guy his size, that's pretty good. Free throw percentage, SGA 89%, nearly automatic, Wemby 82%. The next thing of Wemby's argument that I don't like is that he said, quote, "Second argument would be that we almost swept OKC in the season and we dominated them 3 times with their real team." And then he said the third argument would be that offense impact is not just points. But, I mean, again, he is arguing against himself by saying that. Because I went through the field goal percentage, the 3-point percentage, the free throw percentage, not close in any of the categories. On top of that, the assist to turnover ratio, how efficient you are with the basketball, taking care of the basketball. SGA blows him out of the water. Wemby's barely got a positive assist to turnover ratio. You're making the argument against yourself, brother. It's more, offense is more than just points. Okay? Yeah, and SGA beats you in every single offensive statistical category. Every single one. Every single shooting metric, every single efficiency metric, every single assist to turnover metric, ball security metric, it's not close. So yeah, he is the best. He's going to win Defensive Player of the Year. He should. That's not the MVP. It's 50% of the game. And SGA does way more offensively than you. That the defense of Victor Wembanyama does not make him the MVP. It makes him a finalist, makes him the defensive player of the year, makes him a hell of a player, doesn't make him the MVP. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. Do you think Victor Wembanyama has a point arguing for himself to be the MVP, or do you think that SGA of the Thunder is rightfully going to run away with it again? And, the thing about, we beat them, we dominated them in the regular season with their real team. Okay, you won the regular season series. Congratulations. You know what the Thunder did last year? They won the NBA title. And SGA was the NBA Finals MVP. What have the Spurs done? Other than that, they've just punched their tickets to the playoffs for the first time in 6 years. So, cool. You beat them, what was it, 3 out of 4 times? You beat them in the NBA Cup? Congrats. Maybe if you beat the Knicks, you would have been the NBA Cup MVP, Wemby. It's not the MVP of the league. Now, is this a guy that can win multiple MVPs in the future? Of course. Of course. Because he's still super young. He's 22 years old. His offensive game can still improve. Hell, Wemby might win the MVP next year. I mean, again, that's like you got to contend with Luka, SGA, Jokic, if Giannis is healthy. I don't care how bad the Bucks are. I don't care what team Giannis is on. He's still a top 5 player for my money. Victor Wembanyama is, in my opinion, probably going to win an MVP, if not 2 or 3. He's going to be that great. I'm not doubting his future greatness, but he basically said, I'm the MVP last night, and I think he couldn't be more dead wrong. And I also don't like the fact that he did this. Like, what's the point? How does that serve you? How does that serve you beating your chest and telling people, hey, I'm the MVP? It's me. We beat the Thunder. We beat them in the regular season. Oh, yeah, they're the defending champions. That doesn't matter until if and when you knock them out in the playoffs. And I know the MVP doesn't get decided on what happens in the playoffs, but still. To make that argument when they're the defending champions and you're just getting to the playoffs for the first time in 6 years. I know Wemby's only been in the league a couple years, but still. That argument doesn't hold water for me. We beat him in the regular season. Okay. And what did Shai Gilgeous-Alexander do in all of those games? Did you shut him down? Did he not perform? Did he not perform? Because he didn't play, actually, the last time these two teams played. So Wemby talking about we beat them with their real team. SGA didn't play when the Spurs beat them on February 4th. When the Thunder beat them and the Thunder crushed them in January, SGA went for 34, 5, and 5. When they played each other on December 25th on Christmas and the Spurs won, SGA had 22 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. That's a bad game for him. Okay, congrats. He had one bad game. And when the Spurs beat him 2 days before that, SGA had 33 points and 8 assists and shot 60% from the field. And in the NBA Cup game with the Spurs won, SGA had 29 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists and shot 55% from the field. So, I mean, the guy was dominant, as he always is, every single game. He makes, it feels like every shot he takes. He's the MVP. And for a lot of people that are getting tired of it, for all the haters that want to call him a free throw merchant, enough. Just one day, you're going to look back in a couple of years and you're going to say to yourself, if you've gotten bored, just like there's plenty of people that have gotten bored of Nikola Jokic's greatness, which if you watch him on any given night, it's a spectacle. SGA is an offensive machine. And he plays on the best team in basketball, the defending champions. And he has been a dominant force again, who's one of the most efficient players over a 2-year span in the history of the NBA. Wemby, you're wrong. And again, I don't understand what purpose that serves him beating his chest and telling people I'm the MVP. The Spurs should be focused on trying to win a championship right now. You shouldn't do much talking as it pertains to SGA and the Thunder until you knock them out in the postseason. Like, you didn't win the NBA Cup. You beat them in the NBA Cup. You didn't win it. The Knicks won it. So until you win a title, until you win an MVP, you shouldn't be talking as if you've accomplished these things, because you're not going to win the MVP, and the Spurs aren't going to win the title this year. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we got breaking news. College basketball. Somebody's without a job. Take a guess who it is. I'll come back and fill you in. Massive college hoops news. We're going to get to it as soon as we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
And what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team, they're just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Hit up the phones because you might be shocked by what you hear next. Although I kind of called it. I predicted it last week. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Pete Thamel, John Rothstein, it's official. Hubert Davis will not return as North Carolina's head coach. He has effectively been fired. 5 years as the head coach of North Carolina, took over for the legendary Roy Williams. He was the assistant coach for a decade before that, and a career record of 125 and 54. Remember, Hubert Davis got the Tar Heels all the way to the national championship game in his first year, where they had a double-digit lead at half and then lost to the Kansas Jayhawks. And since then, Hubert Davis in North Carolina missed the tournament entirely in year 2. They get to the Sweet 16 in year 3, and now back-to-back years with first-round exits, and he is gone. And I said it last week. They blew a 19-point lead to VCU. Hubert Davis played a 6-man rotation the entire second half, got asked about if he thought his team was fatigued, which they clearly looked like they were, and it was a very awkward, baffling press conference. I wonder if he was thinking about his job security, maybe in the back of his head. I don't think any coach ever thinks they deserve to get fired, but he had some baffling answers, some puzzling answers. Somebody asked him flat out, what do you think went wrong? And he just goes, well, what do you mean? And I don't think he got fired because of the press conference. It was just really awkward and really kind of, it was just weird. It was just an awkward press conference after a stunning loss that they had no business losing. Now, again, this year it had so much promise with Caleb Wilson, their best player, who very well could be a top 5 pick in the NBA draft, almost certainly going to be a top 10 pick. But then he had the fractured left hand in the loss against in the game against Miami. Their top point of their season was beating Duke in the first meeting. And then Caleb Wilson, as he's about to return for the regular season finale against Duke, breaks his thumb on his other hand in practice, out for the rest of the year. They go out in the ACC tournament, and then I didn't really give them much of a chance. I picked VCU to beat them. I think a lot of people did. But then to be up by 19 and then collapse like that, this is a results-driven sport. It's a results-driven world we live in. It's college and professional sports. If you don't win at a brand like North Carolina, blue blood program, one of the most notorious athletics programs in the country in any sport, the bar is so high, and sometimes that's unfair. But Hubert Davis was the handpicked successor of Roy Williams. And in year one, gets them all the way to the title game. And it looked like this is a guy that's just going to fit seamlessly. The transition was going to be seamless between Roy Williams and to him, one of the greatest college coaches of all time, to Hubert Davis, his successor, gets to the title game. And then it just went downhill from there. Just went downhill. Late game management, not being able to get results when you got all the money, all the resources in the world. The brand sells itself. And I just think the excuse can't be, oh, well, they lost Caleb Wilson. Texas Tech lost JT Toppin. They won a tournament game. Iowa State, they're without Joshua Jefferson. He's not as good of a player like Caleb Wilson, but still a damn impactful player. They're in the Sweet 16. Duke was without 2 members of their starting 5. They've got Pat Ngongba back, and he barely played. They're in the Sweet 16. So just because Caleb Wilson got hurt and he was out for the rest of the year, that shouldn't have saved Hubert Davis's job, in my opinion. And I said it last week. I think you ask yourself the question, is this the end of the line for Hubert Davis? And it now is. And I think it's fair from North Carolina. What I don't like is reportedly how this has played out here. So Seth Davis, he tweeted earlier today, not sure I've seen many situations like the one that is happening at North Carolina regarding Hubert Davis. My understanding is the administration asked Hubert if he wants to continue, and he said emphatically yes. I'm reading Seth Davis's tweet. To let it go on for this long with no decision is not fair to anyone. At this point, it would be very difficult to bring him back. He would enter next season under a huge cloud. Usually the best strategy in this situation is to rip the Band-Aid off and make a decision one way or the other. To let it linger for this long is unnecessary and healthy. Well, we got our decision now. And look, it's not like they let it go on a week or two. They let it go on for like 5 days. So, I mean, do you really have a massive problem with Bubba Cunningham and the rest of the athletic staff, the athletic director staff at North Carolina? I don't know if they completely flubbed this or screwed Hubert Davis over in this situation. I mean, it's a big decision. You don't just make it lightly. Honestly, if they would have fired him on the plane ride back to Chapel Hill, it would have been like, wow, damn, that was quick. That feels like that was just a snap decision because they blew the game against VCU. No, this was a decision like this is something you don't take lightly. It takes a couple of days. Now, you ask him if he wants to come back, and he says, yes, absolutely, I want to come back. And then you make him wait a couple of days. Okay, maybe that's a bit unfair, but I think the buyout is going to be, it's about $5 million. He has nearly $5.3 million of guaranteed money left on his deal. The university said it would, quote, honor the terms of his contract in a statement that they just put out 20 minutes ago. So there you go. It's good. That's good. He's going to get the pay. He's going to get the buyout. He's going to get paid over $5 million. And I think Hubert Davis he's going to find a coaching job. It's not like this guy is, disgraced himself and he's proven he can't win. He's just proven the last couple of years he can't make a run at the NCAA championship, which is the expectation for North Carolina. That's what happens. That's fair. It's a fair decision from North Carolina. I'm not rooting against Hubert Davis, but somebody that's in my position, my job is to look at the situation. And if my opinion as a sports fan and as a sports host and somebody that loves college basketball and watches college basketball, North Carolina needed a change. They needed to change directions. And they're doing so. So again, I'm rooting for Hubert Davis. I think he'll get a job. There's plenty of open jobs still. I know there's been a couple of jobs already that have been filled. Syracuse goes to Jerry McNamara. Creighton has already got Doug McDermott's successor. They picked him a couple of years ago. I think Hubert Davis will get a job. And if that means there's a smaller power conference school that now knows that Hubert Davis is open and on the open market and available and he wants to coach, maybe you see another team that makes a decision to not bring back their coach. So I don't know off the top of my head, what's Hubert Davis's next landing spot. I'm pretty confident that he'll get a job this upcoming season. And if not this upcoming season, in another year from now, you look at some of the legendary coaches that are getting up there in age. We talked about Bill Self last week. He's got to go back and talk with his family. Tom Izzo, he's not immortal, right? As much as he seems immortal. Mark Few at Gonzaga. We got to know. We got to ask how many years Mark Few has left. I think Hubert Davis would be in line for any of those jobs. Kansas, Michigan State, Gonzaga. Again, just because it didn't work with North Carolina doesn't mean he still can't be a successful head coach. Because he proved in year one. Whether you could say, well, that might not have been his roster, his Roy Williams roster, it doesn't matter. You still got to win games. You still got to coach your team. They got to the national championship game. And then they blew a double-digit lead. They blew a 19-point lead the other night. It's the sports world that we know it wouldn't exist if any time a coach got fired, they never had success anywhere else. So I'm rooting for Hubert Davis. I hope he gets another job this upcoming season and he gets right back into it and he's got the motivation and he can try to stick it to North Carolina, but the Tar Heels were absolutely right for moving on from him. This wasn't a snap decision. They weren't winning. You can't get bounced in the first round back-to-back years, and you can't get past, you can't, they missed the tournament in his second year, so that's 3 out of the last 4 years where they don't win an NCAA tournament game. That's grounds for moving on at a school like North Carolina. And I know that the fan base in Chapel Hill is very emotional. They wanted the head to roll. They wanted a snap decision. And there's been a lot of noise here over the last couple of days, and it got louder and it got louder and it got louder. And maybe this was a decision that Bubba Cunningham and the rest of the brass in North Carolina, maybe this is something that, they heard the noise here. Maybe it's something that they heard the noise over the last couple of days. And they decided, hey, we were maybe leaning towards bringing him back, but I don't know if we can now. And I think that just goes to show you, whether it's right or it's wrong, how powerful a fan base can be, how powerful your voice, the listener of this show, viewer of this show, whatever team you're a fan of, you make enough noise known on social media, you make enough noise known to your local radio station, you make enough noise known out in public, walking around campus, walking around Chapel Hill. You make enough noise to the powers that be if you have indirect or direct contact to them. The boosters, the support staff, the folks that pile in millions of dollars to North Carolina to help these NIL deals happen, to help the transfer portal deals happen. And ultimately, I think that was the power, that was the push over the line that got Bubba Cunningham and the rest of the folks at North Carolina to get together and say, I think we got to make a change. And ultimately, if it's the right one, we'll see. Who's the next head coach in North Carolina? That's the next question. Who's the next head coach for the North Carolina Tar Heels? Let's get to your phone calls before we already move into that direction here. But let's get some of your phone calls, just your raw reaction. Hubert Davis gone as the North Carolina head coach after back-to-back first-round exits, including this year, just last week, a 19-point lead collapsed and lost against VCU. Let's get to Marshall, who's first up, who is a North Carolina alum. Next up on BetMGM tonight here. Marshall, you're on line one. Go ahead.
Well, Pat, first of all, congratulations on your role at Westwood. It's been a while since we've talked. Hope everything is going well. And
thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Sure. And just thank you for bringing this up. And I was just sitting here at home, just relaxing. I had some medical procedures done this morning, so I've been recuperating a bit here, but I'm doing all right. But
yeah, I hope you're good, man.
I'm doing okay. It was interesting this morning, but the medications are working and everything, so that's good. But
that's
I
good
thought by the weekend you hit the nail right on the head, Pat. I was one of those, and age has mellowed me in my competitiveness. I'm happy to say that in a relationship with Christ, but I was like every other Carolina fan after VCU. I just said, last straw, heads have got to roll. Those were the first emotional things out of my mind. And I'll tell you, by the weekend, I thought there was still 50-50 chance through about the weekend. But as I began to hear things and remembered some of the friends that I have in Chapel Hill and on the East Coast who, from school, from my days back in the Jordan Worthy Perkins years. Yeah, that's how old I am. I was beginning to go below 50-50, 30-70, and it was obvious to me, and I almost hit the nail on the head. I thought this announcement was going to come tomorrow. So I was very close, and I just feel it. He's a great man. He's a great human being. I agree with you. He will land somewhere else if he wants it, but we had to make a change. He just the blown leads. It wasn't just VCU. They nearly blew 32 against Syracuse, and that would have been the worst one since the Patino Dale Brown thing in '94 that I remember well. Had that happened, had that caught down, I mean, on and on the list went. It really started in the national title game, as great as that run was. And I was prophetic in that one, Pat. I was at a bar here in Milwaukee watching that, and I told some Kansas fans that were there, this game isn't over yet. It looks bad for you all, but it's not over. I sensed that they were going to come back, and that game, sadly, and it ended with VCU 4 years later, has just been a bad pattern here. And, unfortunately, he's a good man, but it's the old Mike Tomlin line, the standard isn't being met. And clearly it wasn't being met. And I have a lot of buddies down there and elsewhere that were saying that coming in this year, this was make or break. And here we are. And who will be the coach? I think Otzelberger, Golden, some of the names you've heard out there are possibilities. I think one that's intriguing, I don't agree with Stephen A. Smith all the time, but one intriguing thing is Kenny Smith. If he wanted it, he could get players. Now, the X's and O's would be something we'd have to deal with, but he could definitely get talent to come, and it would keep this thing in the family. But I think that they have to be open to going outside the family, even though 74 straight years of it in my whole lifetime, Pat, it would be sad to see, but I felt that Hubert Davis was the kind of maybe the last connection, because there's just no obvious choice. To quote Rick Pitino, Dean Smith and Roy Williams ain't walking through that door. It's going to be.
That's true.
We're in a different time right now too, and I think they frankly have to go maybe younger, maybe somebody that's more in tune with the times. I'm not fond of the times either, and I think Hubert struggled with that too. I'm not the biggest fan of the times we're in either, but if we're going to win and compete and be the great program that I've come to know and love for 50 years plus now. I started in the mid-'70s here. Things are going to happen, and we're in interesting times here. And, but I think Hubert will land on his feet. He's a great man. He's a good guy. It's just sad that it didn't work out. But now Carolina has to move on, and it's going to be an interesting time. I personally will give you my early take on this. Keep an eye on Todd Golden.
Okay. Marshall, great call. Really appreciate it, man. That's a North Carolina alum. I think that was really logically, maturely said. I know there's a lot of people in the fan base that they got their pound of flesh. They're probably happy right now. They're probably celebrating. And it's tough. It's tough. Like you said, it's a sad day. It's a sad day for North Carolina. And you had hoped for more success for Hubert Davis. Obviously, if you're a fan of North Carolina, and as long as you're not a Duke fan or a North Carolina hater, you were hoping for success for Hubert Davis, because he waited and he got his shot. He waited a decade behind Roy Williams. He waited for Roy Williams. He was going to be the next guy up. He gets to the title game in year one, and then it went downhill from there. I thought that was really well said. You made some great points. Those are some good suggestions too. I've got some suggestions to who should be the next head coach of North Carolina. By the way, Marshall, good to see that. Glad to hear that you're doing well. You said you had a medical procedure this morning, so good to see you're doing well, man. Stay healthy, stay strong, and keep supporting North Carolina basketball, because this is one of the top jobs in the country. Duke, UConn, Michigan State, UCLA. I don't care how many lean years a program may have. This is one of the top jobs in all of college athletics, being the head men's basketball coach for the North Carolina Tar Heels. So nobody is off the board. I don't think Kenny Smith will get this. He's never coached professionally or collegiately. So I think that was, you mentioned Stephen A. Smith. So it's, consider the source. But yeah, I don't think Kenny Smith is going to be the coach. I do have some options. I do have some names. I'm going to give it to you next. We'll take more of your phone calls. Any and all college hoops fans, North Carolina fans that want to weigh in. Hubert Davis removed as the head coach of North Carolina after another first-round exit in the NCAA tournament. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. We're coming on back. I'll tell you who. I'll give you a couple of names who I think could be the next head coach for North Carolina when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now, Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, it really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturtz. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. They've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, there's no telling.
Live scores, sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That is 310-840-4910. We're reacting to the breaking news that just came down 30 minutes ago. Talked about it all last segment. Already took some very good phone calls, especially from a North Carolina alum. Tar Heels head coach Hubert Davis, gone. He's out as the head coach of UNC. And so before the break, I said I had a couple of ideas. I had a couple of names that I would give to you, names that I've seen all across the internet over the last 2 days in case this decision was made, names that I've come up with myself, and names that I've heard that I think there are no chance to be the next head coach in North Carolina, whether it's because I don't think that's a move that the Tar Heels brass would make or because it's just not logical. So let me give you the first. Let me give you the good ones. Let me give you the ones that I think are the top candidates to be the next head coach in North Carolina. And if you want to weigh in, again, it's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Let's start with who I think is ultimately going to get the job. I think it's going to be Nate Oates from Alabama. Now, he's got a massive buyout. It's $18 million. That is something that North Carolina should easily be able to hand to Alabama and say, here you go. You might have us in football. This might be pennies for your football program, but it's going to your basketball program. You can find your next head coach. We want Nate Oates. I think Nate Oates would absolutely dream of being the head coach in North Carolina. I think Nate Oates is definitely a guy who would love the ego, the power trip. And again, he lives in the shadow of Alabama football. I don't care how good Alabama basketball has become. They've gone to the Sweet 16 year after year now under Nate Oates. You know, he's built an NBA modern day offense with Alabama, shooting a ton of threes. It works to where the game is going. It would work with North Carolina. You know, he's proven he can win despite his players missing time because of drug paraphernalia and drug possession charges. I mean, remember Brandon Miller was nearly facing capital murder charges a couple of years ago. Now he ended up being basically completely clean in the court of law. But that was a big issue. The circus that revolved around Charles Bediako this year, they tried to pull him back in after he played professionally. Then a court ruled, no, he can't play. So for whatever reason, controversy finds Nate Oates' teams. But look, the guy has proven to be a winner, and I think he would absolutely love to be the head coach at North Carolina. And I think if North Carolina pays that buyout to Alabama, Nate Oates is going to be the next head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels. So that is my prediction, and that is who I think would be a pretty damn good pick to do it. I'll give you a couple other names, though. Second on the list, I think, has got to be TJ Otzelberger from Iowa State. He's 48 years old, small buyout, only $4 million. He's revived Iowa State into an annual perennial contender in the Big 12 behind tremendous defense, his recruiting, the players they've plucked out of the transfer portal, his all-out pressure. That's awesome. And it's a guy that he's jacked. Like, I think he would fit really damn well in North Carolina. He would fit well in Chapel Hill. The postseason, can he win? You know, you're talking about winning with Iowa State in the postseason where they've come up somewhat short, right? I mean, they've been a 2 or 3 seed, it feels like, the last couple of years here. They haven't made that deep run. We'll see if they can do it. You know, jury's still out. Let me not count the chickens before they hatch here. Let's see if Iowa State ends up going to the Final Four at the end of this weekend, and then who knows? But I think this is one of the up-and-coming stars in college basketball, and he's proven he can do it in a power conference. I mean, hell, the Big 12 is the best conference in college basketball, and for a little bit, Iowa State looked like they were going to win the regular season championship or the Big Ten tournament. So TJ Otzelberger is right there. This is one of the top jobs, along with Duke, UConn, Michigan State, anywhere else in the country. This is one of the top jobs in the country. TJ Otzelberger has now deserved to be in that conversation. And then third for me, I don't think I think about Bubba Cunningham. I think about what North Carolina will do. Mark Byington from Vanderbilt should be on this list. I just don't think North Carolina, they're looking to make a home run hire here. You know, last segment we talked to a North Carolina alum, Marshall, who said that they need to go younger, that they need to think outside the box. Like, this isn't necessarily outside the box, and it is younger. I mean, Mark Byington's 49. I don't think they're going to hire a 35-year-old head coach or a 38-year-old head coach. I think it's a guy that's in his mid-40s, early 50s. Like that's young enough. Any coach that's been around for the last 5 years here that has seen what has happened to college athletics with the NIL and with transfer portal, and they've dealt with it and had success, like Mark Byington fits that mold. He's won at Vanderbilt. And they had a nice, great run. Maybe if that ball doesn't rim out, hey, they beat Nebraska, and we're talking about Vanderbilt, Iowa in the Sweet 16 this weekend. And it's a guy that's won at Georgia Southern. It's a guy that's won at James Madison, and now he's winning at Vanderbilt. I just don't think he is quite there yet at the top with TJ Otzelberger and obviously with a guy like Nate Oates. Really quickly, a couple of names I've heard thrown around that I don't think are going to be in the conversation. And the one maybe that would actually stay at his current post is Grant McCasland from Texas Tech. Because, yeah, like North Carolina, the prestige that holds, it's Texas Tech, it's not even close. Don't get me wrong. Think about who's maybe got the richest athletic department and boosters in the entire country right now. Texas Tech football spent like $80 million on their team this year. They spent a ton of money on the basketball team as well. Does Grant McCasland want to step up to North Carolina and face the expectation and pressure of having to win a championship right away and maybe get fired in the first 3 years if he doesn't? Where at Texas Tech, he's built a pretty damn good team as well. And who knows what they would have done if JT Toppin never got hurt. And he's got the backing. He's got the wallets in his back pocket. Maybe Grant McCasland stays. A couple other names. Jay Wright's not coming back to coach North Carolina. It's not happening. And Todd Golden is the other name I keep hearing. I don't think he's leaving Florida. I just don't. But I could be wrong. Maybe it is Todd Golden. But my vote is for Nate Oates, Alabama, to be the next head coach in North Carolina. All right, 310-840-4910. We'll take your thoughts. When we come back also, we'll do hot or cold. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
In what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team, they're just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Hour number 5 begins now here on BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We will continue to take your phone calls throughout the rest of the show on the breaking news here over the last hour. North Carolina moving on from their head basketball coach, Hubert Davis. He is gone after 5 years. Year 1, all the way to the NCAA championship game as an 8 seed where they lost to Kansas. Since then, missed the tournament, Sweet 16, first round exit. Last week, losing after a 19-point lead, melted down, and they blew it and lost to VCU. Hubert Davis is gone, and the search has begun immediately. My prediction / vote would be for Nate Oates from Alabama, but I think TJ Otzelberger is absolutely going to be in consideration. And there are some other names that I don't think will be in consideration. Mark Byington, even though he'll probably be in the list. Right? If North Carolina, if Bubba Cunningham right now is making a list of who their favorites are, their Christmas list, I think Mark Byington is probably like 4th or 5th on that list. I don't think he's ultimately going to get the job. But we'll take your phone calls, any and all of your reactions, any and all of your picks for who should be the next North Carolina men's head basketball coach. The number is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44, which, by the way, looks like, okay, no, my apologies. Thought I had a tweet just come in. It was just somebody commenting on something else. Okay, so the show goes on. let's do hot or cold. The staple of hour number 5 here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Combs, been a busy show. Been a jam-packed show. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Scrambling, trying to find different sounders, different alerts for you guys. Trying to put some stuff together, give the show more sound. And
I like that.
Yeah.
I love that. You're producing. You're producing on the. You're running the 2-minute offense here. You're Omaha. You're audibling at the line of scrimmage right now. I love it. Do you have any thoughts on Hubert Davis? You have any thoughts on Hubert Davis getting fired? Do you have any picks for who should be the next North Carolina head coach?
I mean, at this point, it was time for Hubert Davis to go. As soon as they lost that game, that was my original thought. Was Hubert Davis is out. I don't know who should be the next head coach. I haven't really dove into it too much. I do like your Oates idea. I like giving Monty hell, so I think Ben McCollum is an option. Even though he's probably not, but
But he's an Iowa City guy. He won't leave. I don't care if he was born in. I don't care if he was born in the freaking locker room in Carver Hawkeye Arena. He would leave for North Carolina if they asked him to take the job. Sorry, Monty.
Yeah, look. North Carolina is North Carolina. It's a blue blood. It's a prime spot for any coach. It's a dream for any head coach who coaches basketball to coach a school like North Carolina, like Duke. Those are those blue bloods. Kansas, Kentucky. Those are the spots that when they open up, every coach, if they're talked to about it, is like, yeah, I'd be interested, because why wouldn't you be? So that's definitely one of those things where I would go to. But I do like Oates. There's a couple. The problem is that when you have some of these players too, just completely different coaching styles from what you have with Hubert Davis too. So it's gonna be different. But you got to get a guy who can recruit. You got to get a guy who can come up and obviously, North Carolina is willing to spend money in the days of the NIL. They're going to be able to get some ball players, but you've got to be able to coach too, especially in the tournament. And Hubert Davis has shown, with the exception of his first year, that's kind of a problem for him.
Yeah, it's a good point. All right, let's get to here we go. Monty in the show chat says, I will donate $20 to the Keep Ben McCullum at Iowa Fund if I need to.
Well, I'm paying a tuition, so I'm donating all I can.
Yeah, literally, just write a check and just forward it to Ben McCullum rather than for your daughter's tuition. Yeah. And then when they say, "Hey, sorry, your daughter's getting kicked out of the school because nobody paid for tuition," it was just to keep Ben McCullum there.
That's what I'll tell the tuition people. I did pay the tuition. I just sent it straight to Ben.
Yeah, take it up with Ben.
Yeah,
don't take it up with me.
Go talk to your coach.
All right, let's get to some hot or cold here. You want to kick things off, or should I?
You go ahead this time. I'll let you kick it off.
All right. Well,
mostly because I don't have the rundown pulled up, so I don't see anything right now.
Okay, very good. Let's look ahead to the Sweet 16 here. Hot or cold? Michigan, by the way, they're 9.5, 10-point favorites, so basically double-digit favorite against Alabama. Hot or cold? Michigan beats Alabama by 20+.
Ooh, I think that's hot. I think Michigan rolls Alabama because Alabama is one of those teams that if they're not shooting well from beyond the arc, they can have a really rough night, and Michigan can score from anywhere on the court. I think that this Michigan team's offense is so damn good. The problem is, the only problem with that statement is, if Bama's on fire from beyond the arc, it's going to be a close game. So it's going to be a good one. I'm excited to watch it. I just think that Michigan defends the 3-point well, and like I said, they can score from anywhere on the court. So I really do think Michigan rolls Alabama, no pun intended. But it's I think that that's a tough one. So I'm gonna say hot though. I'm hot on that.
How about conspiracy theory? Hot. because Nate Oates is going to get approached by North Carolina to be their next head coach, and he's basically just going to say, "Yeah, screw it. I don't care about this team anymore. I'm out." How about that? Nate Oates just dupes the Crimson Tide. No, I mean, in all seriousness, I agree. I think Michigan wins this one big. Of course, there's the threat of Alabama shooting the three. It's become the great equalizer in a sport there where teams shoot more and more of them, even in college basketball. Alabama plays like an NBA team. Michigan knows that's what's coming. Michigan has already been burned by Wisconsin. They got that PTSD in the back of their head. I just, like, they'll probably tell Alabama, you can shoot all the twos you want, but we're going to be out on the perimeter. So if you're going to shoot 50, 60% from inside the arc, cool. But we know what we know what you're going to do. We're going to defend it with our lives, and I think Michigan will have the game plan to stop them. And Alabama, they'll be lucky to hold Michigan under 90 points because they don't play much defense. And I think they've been fortunate that Hofstra didn't have the shooters or the playmakers, and Texas Tech had just a brutal, abysmal performance. Michigan's offense is on fire right now, and I do think this final score will probably be like 97-75. So, yeah, I'm hot as well.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to baseball. The Nationals sending Dylan Cruz to figure it out in AAA was the wrong decision. Hot or cold?
Cold. Wait, you said it was the wrong decision? Yeah, cold.
Correct.
I mean, Dylan Cruz was brutal last year. He was absolutely brutal. I mean, let me just pull up his numbers here. He had 208, had an OPS of 632, and in the short time when he got brought up in 2024, he had 218 with an OPS of 641. So he's effectively played almost a full season, and he's barely hitting over the Mendoza line. And he doesn't have the power that we heard about when he was coming up. And look, take it from somebody that watches almost every single New York Yankees game. The Yankees called up Anthony Volpe so early, and yes, he did have some immediate success, and yes, he had a grand slam in the World Series, but the last 2 years has largely been miserable for Anthony Volpe. And I think if the Yankees would have just said, hey, it might hurt the kid's ego, but we think this is better in the long run, send him down to AAA for a couple of weeks, it might be best for him. This might be best for Dylan Cruz. So I'm going cold. I think this could be the right decision. You know, what are you going to do? Let him just drown for another whole season now?
Well, here's my thing with it, and here's why I think it's the wrong decision. Dylan Cruz is their top prospect. Dylan Cruz is a guy they've already called up to the major leagues. They've already allowed him to come up and play. If he's your top prospect, and you're going nowhere if you're the Nationals, right? We're in agreement. The Nationals are not competing in the NL East. They're not competing for a playoff spot. This team just isn't competing. Sending this kid back and forth at that point does you no good. If you're a competing team, if you're the Yankees, if you're the Cubs, if you're the Blue Jays, if you're, any team that's competing for a playoff spot and you got a legit shot to win your division or at least make a wild card spot, then yes, you send your guy down to have him figure it out elsewhere. But when you're the Nationals, when you're the Colorado Rockies, when you're the Chicago White Sox, you bring these guys up and you let them figure it out at the major league level. It does you no good to have him figure it out at AAA. A lot of these guys, they go back down to AAA. There's a reason why these guys are minor leaguers. They're minor leaguers because they're not ready to be up. So he's going to go down to AAA, and if he crushes it at AAA and comes back up to the majors and struggles again, what are you going to do? Send him back down again? So I agree with the notion that when you're on a good team with a chance, you send these guys down. Let this kid figure it out at the major league level. You're not going anywhere this year anyway. And if come June, July, he hasn't figured this out by then you have your answer. This kid might just not be good, and he just might be a bust. But if he's your top prospect, and if you think he can figure this thing out, figuring it out at AAA does him no good. So that's why I think it's the wrong decision.
Okay, I mean, look, you've got other guys that deserve that spot though in the outfield. James Wood is a freaking masher, so that was an automatic. But like Dalen Lyle, I mean, he hit close to 300. He's only 23. He's actually younger than Dylan Cruz, so maybe Dylan Cruz shouldn't have been the number 2 pick. Maybe is he just not that good? Like, is there the possibility?
It is a possibility, but that's what I'm saying. Like, sending him down to AAA doesn't tell you that, because if he goes down to AAA and he hits 400 at AAA, well, what good does that do you? Because you know what he hit at the major league level. So you send him down to AAA, he's hitting 400. He comes back up to the major league. He's still a below Mendoza line hitter at the major league level, even though he matches at AAA. That's the reason they brought him up in the first place.
Okay, yes. And what if he goes down to AAA and it's just a confidence thing? What if there's like nothing wrong with his swing or his mechanics that is systematically wrong? It's just between the ears right now. And sometimes going back down, and yes, it's AAA, it's not Major League Baseball, but AAA is, there's plenty of guys that have some Major League experience there. It's not like he's going down to single A. So if he goes down and mashes at AAA and he gets his confidence up, sometimes that's all you need. And, maybe the worst thing would have been they start him the year and in April he hits 163 and then it's like, oh, geez, I'm going to do this for 6 months rather than, start him in AAA. And if he mashes, you call him up and then he has a chance to kind of start fresh here rather than if you start the year with him on the big league roster and he drowns, then you got to send him down in May and then you hope you call him back up. I don't mind this.
Or maybe this is a problem in Major League Baseball now, where a lot of these guys that are getting drafted out of college now, and then they're having a little bit of success, they get rushed through the minor league system now. Like we've seen it with a lot of players throughout. Ever since the Cubs won in 2016, with pretty much half of their AAA squad being called up in July and having a lot of those guys on rookie contracts, you see a lot of this stuff happening where teams are trying to strike gold with these kids quick. Even Matt Shaw, rifling his way through the system with the Cubs now. Like you see some of this happen, and I just don't think it's built for everybody. Not everybody is built to do that. There's a reason why it used to be a 4 or 5 year wait at minimum in the minor leagues. It doesn't matter how well you played at the minor league level. You were going to shoot through the system, but you weren't making it to the majors until you proved that you could consistently do it year in and year out at that level, and that's just no longer a thing. I think that maybe the Pirates, as much as I want to kill them, for not starting the year with their youngster, the 19-year-old phenom whose name off the top of my head is going to escape me as I'm thinking about it right now. Connor Griffin. He's a lot of people's pick to win National League Rookie of the Year, and they're starting with him down in AAA. Maybe they're doing it the right way. Hey, yeah, this kid's good. He's showing that he's good. He's killing it right now in spring training. But hey, let's start slow, or then again, maybe they're just doing the Chris Bryant thing and they're going to wait till May 17th and then bring him up because
look, yeah, with the Pirates, I don't put that out of the equation whatsoever. That's a big thing, is manipulating the service time so they don't have to pay them. They can wait an extra year before they have to pay them on their first contract extension. For the Pirates, for Bob Nutting, yeah, that absolutely checks out for me.
Yeah, but that's probably going away though. With the collective bargaining agreement in December. So I don't know that that's such a great idea right now, because you could wait 3 months. And I think that the Pirates are going to surprise some teams. I think the Pirates might actually be a team that can compete for third place in the Central Division and might even be able to backdoor their way into a wild card spot. I think they're better than the Brewers this year. So I think that by doing this, you could be screwing yourself, because there might not be a service time rule after the collective bargaining agreement, new collective bargaining agreement, whenever they come up with it after December.
Yeah. When we resume baseball in 2028. Yeah, but look, I mean, not everybody's going to be Juan Soto, 19, 20 years old, basically winning you a World Series. So I don't mind that either. This game, it humbles even the best of players who can go through 2 for 28 slumps. So, you do that for a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old or a 21-year-old, and it could start to create some bad habits that you worry about becoming long-term problems. So, again, I don't mind the Nationals sending Dylan Cruz down to AAA. All right, let's get another one in here. Hot or cold? You're going to love this one. Hot or cold, Pete Crow Armstrong, fresh off of his 6-year, $115 million contract extension. That was breaking news earlier in the show. We talked about it. Hot or cold, PCA is an MVP finalist this year.
Hot. I think this kid coming off of a 30-30 season, I think he's ready to basically either repeat or maybe even take the next step. And like Brad said, I mean, if this kid who had I think he had like a 287 or something like that OPS not OPS, on base percentage last year, if he raises that up to 340, 350, and now he's able to swipe 50, 60 bags and hit another 30 home runs. Look, I know he struggled in the second half last year with the long ball. I think he finished with 31. I think he had 27 at the All-Star break. So I get people's pause for concern here, but this kid is so damn good. And I listened to him talk in the offseason. I love the things that he was talking about, the things that he was saying. That's why I'm not surprised they got a deal done. He's probably Jed Hoyer's, a wet dream of a player when he's sitting there talking about, I'll take a hometown discount as long as it doesn't hurt the market for the players that are coming up behind me. That's right up Jed Hoyer's alley. He loves the guys who come cheap. I just think that he is poised to take that next step. I think he's altered his kick. He's altered everything that he does in the batter's box to try to get some of those hiccups that he had in the second half out of there. I don't think he hits 30 home runs again, but I think you're going to see something like 25 home runs and maybe somewhere around 45 to 50 stolen bases. Guy hits for an average. His OPS might be somewhere around 800, 900. I think that this kid can really do it, especially if he starts finding gaps again. So I do think he's going to be a finalist for MVP.
That would be a good year. 25 home runs, 45 to 50 stolen bags, an OPS of around 850, 900? That'd be a good year. That ain't getting you an MVP. That ain't getting you MVP votes. You're telling me he's going to be an MVP finalist. He's going to have to hit at least 30 home runs, have close to 100 ribbies, have close to 40 stolen bags, and have an OPS over 900. That's going to make him an MVP finalist.
Well, see, I also think that his WAR will be crazy, too, because of his defensive prowess. He's the best defender. He's the best center fielder in all of baseball defensively. Listen, I cringed earlier when you mentioned, some of these guys that you mentioned, and Byron Buxton. And get the hell out of here with Byron Buxton. PCA maybe had the most overlooked catch of the baseball season last year. StatCast had a 0% chance as a ball came off a bat of it being caught. PCA made the grab. 0% chance of being caught, and PCA caught it. So this kid is just so damn good defensively. And then when you add on top of that the ability to have 25 home runs, 50-plus stolen bases, maybe he does hit 30 again. And if he hits 30 again and steals 40 or 50 bases, I think he's definitely up there in the MVP finalists. But, I mean, who are you're competing with Shohei Ohtani. And if Shohei Ohtani is still Shohei Ohtani, there's nobody's got a chance. But it's a long season, and Shohei's destined to be on the mound a lot more this year because he's going to start the season as a pitcher as well. So we'll see how that elbow holds up.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, hey, I didn't ask you if he was going to win the MVP. I just asked for MVP finalist, and the numbers you gave me, that doesn't sound like MVP finalist numbers to me. That's all I'm saying there, Combs. All right. Okay. We got to take a short break. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we return, get you caught up on the NBA scores of the night. My Knicks sweating it out down to the freaking wire once again with the New Orleans Pelicans. Hopefully they have wrapped up a W when we come back. We'll also get you set for a big one tonight in the Western Conference. Nuggets and Suns, do a little preview, give out a pick or two, and then we'll finish the show later this hour with Beef with Oil. We'll get Combs back in the mix. Don't go anywhere. More fun awaits. If you want to join the show, it's 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great. But the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way, John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times. But John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, it really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturts. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. They've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, there's no telling.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Push it real good. Bam, 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 bam. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. We are your nightly live sports hub. So figured we haven't touched on some of the scores tonight in the NBA. So figured we would do that here. The Hornets, my little stepbrother team. I'm a diehard Knicks fan, but I've embraced the Charlotte Hornets this year. How about this for a night? They beat the Kings by 44 points. Wow. I mean, that says more about the free fall that the Sacramento Kings have been in for like this entire season. But also, Charlotte Hornets, I'm still holding out hope that they can make a push for a top 6 seed in the East. They're comfortably in. The Bucks and the Bulls are going to get eliminated from playoff contention in the next day or two here. So it's the Hornets at 38-34, the Heat at 38-34, the Magic at 38-33, but they're on the verge of losing again. More on that in a minute. Sixers at 39-33, but again, who the hell knows the next time Joel Embiid's going to play. Maxi's out for at least another week, maybe 2 with the pinky tendon injury. And Paul George is still suspended for PEDs for a couple more games. So they're 39-33. And then the Hawks, 40-32, and the Raptors, 40-31. So you got, 6 teams separated by 2.5 games in the Eastern Conference standings. And the Charlotte Hornets have been the best out of any of those teams over the last 2 months. I mean, I know Atlanta's been red hot, but I'm still holding out hope that the Hornets can climb all the way up to the 6th seed in the East. They've got 10 games left to play, but they are just a machine offensively right now, man. They beat the Kings 134-90. And, again, starters barely played into halfway through the third quarter, but LaMelo Ball, 20 points in 23 minutes to go with 8 assists and 6 rebounds. And how about Moussa Diabate, the center, who doesn't get as much love as he should, because all the love goes to LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller and Knipple, who hit another 4 threes tonight. Moussa Diabate, 17 points, 11 rebounds, 2 blocks. I mean, this team's freaking good, man. I've been glazing them, for 2 months now. Like, you really got to take, once we get to the Final Four and college basketball is dwindling down and the NBA playoffs are going to be on the cusp of starting, you really got to pay attention to the Charlotte Hornets because they have been a freaking phenomenal story here over the last 2 months. And Charles Lee, in my opinion, I don't care if they do finish and end up in the play-in tournament, he needs to be right there at the top of the list for NBA Coach of the Year. I know that I'm blanking on his first name. Mitch Johnson has done a tremendous job with the Spurs this year. I know that Darko Rajakovic has done a great job with the Raptors. And, of course, Joe Mazzulla with the Celtics playing most of this year without Tatum, and they've stayed in the top 3 in the East all year long. Those are all great jobs, but, nobody expected the Hornets to be relevant, let alone pushing for a top 6 seed, which I think they'll get it. I hope they get it. And then I hope that they don't have to play my New York Knicks in the first round. I hope the Knicks can catch the Celtics because the Knicks, they had to sweat it out. I was watching the game in the commercial breaks, but they hold on to beat the New Orleans Pelicans, and the New York Knicks are now tied with the Boston Celtics for the 2 seed in the East. The Knicks 48-25, the Celtics 47-24. So the Celtics do have 2 games in hand. But, man, that was a sweaty game tonight for the Knicks. I'll tell you what, the Pelicans, you look at their record on the season, they're terrible. But they started off about as brutally as you could. DeJounte Murray was hurt. Zion was hurt for a bunch of games this year as well early on. The Pelicans started off 3-22. 3-22. Since then, they're 22-26. Still not a good team. But, you look at the record, it doesn't tell the story of, the Pelicans have actually been pretty damn competitive here for the second half of the season. The Knicks had to take over late, and they did. Jalen Brunson was spectacular with 32 points. OG Anunoby had 21 points, 3 steals and a block. Cat with 14 rebounds. Every starter had double figures. Big Mitch Robinson off the bench with 11 points and 8 rebounds. And the Knicks got it done at the free throw line late. They hold on. They beat the Pelicans. So just like that, with 10 games left to play, 9 games left to play now for my New York Knicks, 11 games left to play for the Celtics. They are all tied up in terms of how far behind the Pistons they are. They're all tied up for the 2 seed. And the Knicks own the season series over the Boston Celtics. So it's a pretty damn good thing. It's a beautiful sight. Because again, the best thing for me, Hornets get the 6 seed, Knicks get the 2 seed. I would love to watch a first round playoff series between the Hornets and the Celtics. I think that would be a fight. That would be a legitimate scrap. The Magic, they lost in 5 to the Celtics in the first round last year, and they gave Boston a pretty good fight for losing in 5. I think the Hornets would send that series at least 6 games. So those are the 2 games that have gone final. And then right now you got 37 seconds left in Cleveland. The Cavaliers trying to sink the Magic to, what would this be, their 6th straight loss, if I'm not mistaken. Orlando has lost 5 games in a row, and they've lost to some good teams during that stretch. Atlanta, who's red hot, OKC, Charlotte, Lakers. But then they lost to the Pacers last night at home, and they're still not fully healthy, and they're losing to the Cavaliers right now. It's 131-127, 37 seconds left. Orlando playing without Jalen Suggs still, without Franz Wagner, who, by the way, I don't know if he's even going to return for the rest of this season. He practiced with the G League squad, but Franz Wagner hasn't played since those little 2 games in Germany. Or no, he's played 2 games since those Germany games. He's played 4 games since December. So that is not good. You're looking at Orlando's chances of staying out of the play-in tournament, and even no matter what happens once the playoffs begin, the Orlando Magic had a lot of high expectations this year, and they are sinking like a stone here down the stretch. Cleveland was also without Jared Allen and Jordan Tyson tonight, and they're a couple of possessions away from icing this thing. And the Cleveland Cavaliers right on the heels of the Knicks and the Celtics as well. They win this, they'll be 2.5 games back of both the Knicks and the Celtics. So we'll see how that one finishes out. Under 20 seconds to go, Cavs lead the Magic by 3. And so I figured here we got a late game tip at 11 p.m. Eastern tonight, less than about 30 minutes away from Nuggets and Suns. Massive playoff implications in this one as well. I just told you how log jammed the Eastern Conference is. The West is just as jammed up for the 3 to 6 seeds. The Lakers, the Nuggets, the T-Wolves, and the Rockets all separated by 2.5 games from number 3 to number 6. Denver right now, the 4 seed in the West. The Phoenix Suns, this is basically their last chance to make a push out of the play-in tournament. They're the 7 seed right now, but they're 3.5 games behind Houston for the 6 seed. So it's looking more and more likely that the Phoenix Suns are going to end up in the play-in tournament with the Clippers, the Blazers, and the Warriors. And I know Golden State has been terrible, but if Steph Curry comes back in the next week or 2 here, I would take the Warriors over the Suns in a 1 game if they end up playing each other. I would take the Clippers over the Suns with how good the Clips have been since their abysmal start to the season. And I know they traded away James Harden, but Kawhi Leonard is playing at an MVP level. And hell, I like the Blazers. I love Denny Avdija. I would take them over the Suns as well. I think Phoenix has had a really good year. They've been scrappy with Jordan Ott in his first year as a head coach. Remember, they traded away KD. They got rid of Jalen Green. They got rid of basically all the stars from that squad last year. They fired Budenholzer, and they've been a really scrappy, gritty team. They've been a fun team to watch. So this is kind of their last chance, their last salvo here to make a run at getting a top 6 seed in the West and avoiding the play-in tournament, and they just haven't been healthy. Dylan Brooks, broken hand, he's still out. Mark Williams, their center, still out. They're missing some of their bench players tonight as well. For the Denver Nuggets, only Peyton Watson remains out, so the Nuggets are getting healthier and healthier, and I said, watch out. This team had basically their entire starting lineup out injured for several weeks in the beginning of the season. Watch out for the Nuggets to make their surge here late in the year, and they have an opportunity to do that tonight, and I think they will. I think they'll win this game by margin. They're 6.5-point favorites. I think the Nuggets win this one probably by 10 to 12 points. I just think it's too much to ask for Phoenix from Devin Booker and Jalen Green, who have been fantastic picking up the slack. Phoenix, they're the slowest team in the NBA. In terms of pace, they are the slowest team. So they're going to have to really muck this thing up, make it dirty, make it difficult, try to get Jokic flustered, try to get Jamal Murray flustered, but they don't have their best defensive player in Dylan Brooks, and they don't have the good defensive center and Mark Williams. So I just don't know how they're going to do that and stop this Nuggets offense, which has been pretty damn good over the last 15 games. They're inside the top 10 in terms of offensive rating in the NBA. So Phoenix is at home. They've played really well at home this year. But I just think this is too tall of a task. Like, they're going to have to get a tremendous shooting night from Devin Booker, from Colin Gillespie. Grayson Allen's going to have to pour in like 20 off the bench. And Denver does have their weaknesses from defending the three-point line. So if the threes fall, of course, Phoenix can win this game. They can. I just don't think it's likely. I think the Nuggets will end up winning and covering tonight, and they'll make one more final push at trying to catch the Lakers for the 3 seed in the West. Because I'll tell you what, if the season ended today, and I know it's a logjam, so just bear with me here. If the season did end today, you got Nuggets T-Wolves, first round matchup in the Western Conference playoffs. That would be the 4 versus the 5. That is not a matchup the Nuggets want. It's not. They're able to jump the Lakers down the stretch here and get the 3 seed. Now you're looking at playing potentially the Houston Rockets. I think that's a much better matchup. I think Houston is going to fizzle. They have fizzled. They're a 500 team for the last 3 weeks here. They don't have their point guard, Fred VanVleet. I think any of those teams, Nuggets, Lakers, they'd be dying to play the Rockets in the first round right now with how much offensive woes they have, late game scenarios. So big game tonight for the Nuggets and the Suns. I think the Nuggets end up taking care of business. Okay. 4.5 seconds left, and the Cavs have just about iced it. So they're going to beat the Magic. Orlando's going to lose their 6th in a row. Cleveland's going to win. And we are going to have 3 teams with identical records in the 8, 9, and 10 seed spots in the Eastern Conference. Orlando, again, sinking like a stone. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll finish up next, maybe a little beef with Boyle, but also my producer, Brandon Combs, he wants to weigh in, if we have time, on this Frank Thomas situation. We'll explain when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Arizona, to me, is the best team in the field. I saw them a lot this year. Really impressed with them. They have size. They have shooting. They have athleticism. They have a tremendous point guard who may not be as dynamic as Darius Acuff, but will play in the NBA in Jaden Bradley. So it's going to be, Darius Acuff and some really underrated players like Billy Richmond and Trevin Brazile and Malik Ewan versus a team that I think is the best team right now going into this weekend. And I would not put it past Darius Acuff to do one of those, Superman type things. And then we're really talking about him after the round of 16. My head and my heart a little bit, because I spent all year in the Big 12, says that Arizona is going to get to their first Final Four in 25 years. I just love their team. And, I think they're right there with Michigan in terms of having so many answers. Although, keep in mind, Michigan lost a key piece in the last 3 weeks when L.J. Cason suffered a knee injury. So, going to be fun out there to see Darius Acuff try to pull off some magic.
And what you're seeing as you're watching San Antonio kind of come back to the forefront and Wemby as this really generational potentially type player, you're seeing a young player that's making not only the rest of his teammates believe they can get there earlier, you're seeing a young guy who is making the rest of the league take notice of what's happening night to night. And I still have some doubts that they're going to be able to get past OKC, because I think OKC with Shea and the depth of that team, they're just a little bit better than everybody else. But when you watch San Antonio and you listen to what Wemby's saying, I think anything is possible, and that includes the next couple months in the postseason here.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
You hear the music. It's a staple of the final segment here of BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. Welcome back. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join. Last chance to get aboard the phones. 310-840-4910. We got Linnell Willingham coming up at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. He'll be taking you till 3 a.m. Eastern, so keep it locked in here for all of your sports fix. I want to get producer Brandon Combs in the mix, though, because this is something he feels very passionate about. So I'm going to set it up, and then I'll let him take it whatever direction he wants to. Frank Thomas has filed a lawsuit against the White Sox, his former team, along with Nike and Fanatics, for what he alleges is unauthorized use of his likeness on uniforms. Combs, what's going on here? This seems like it's the latest chapter between the Big Hurt and his former team. Not doing well by him.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a long-standing thing with the White Sox front office of basically just being tone deaf in that organization. I mean, this is an organization that for the last, 10 years, 15 years, maybe even longer than that, just really has not been good at the front office level. You've got an owner in Jerry Reinsdorf. You've got, at the time you had your GM and your president of operations, and then it was a really awkward move on from that. And then you bring in Chris Getz, who was basically a failed director of player personnel in the minor leagues, and you make him your GM. And this team just seems to not be able to get out of its way. And it's really sad to watch, because this White Sox fan base, look, I'm a Cubs fan. I don't make apologies for White Sox. I'm a Cubs fan, but I don't hate the White Sox. And this fan base deserves more, and these players deserve more. Frank Thomas is the greatest White Sox player of all time. He's one of the greatest right-handed hitters of all time. Back in February, they put out
I was going to say,
What?
he's the all-time franchise leader in offensive WAR, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, on-base plus slugging percentage, runs scored, doubles, home runs, RBIs, walks.
Yeah. And back in February, in honor of Black History Month, they put out a post of the best black ball players to ever play for the organization, and they left Frank Thomas off. Now, look, I know there was some bad blood when Frank Thomas left and went to the Blue Jays. Him and I can't think of the GM's name off the top of my head. They smacked heads. And
it was Ken something. Ken Williams?
Yeah, Kenny Williams. He calls Frank Thomas a coward at the time, and for not having a conversation with them before he went to Toronto, and then Frank Thomas said some things about the White Sox when he went to Toronto, and it was kind of an ugly breakup at the end. But
I was reading up on it, Combs. I was reading up on it, and also didn't Ken Williams basically slash Frank Thomas's contract? He invoked a diminished skills clause that cut his base salary to $250,000, and he deferred over $10 million without interest in 2002 when Frank Thomas didn't make the All-Star team or finish in the top 10 in MVP voting.
Yeah. I mean, they just treated him poorly, but that's what this White Sox front office has done. And it starts at the top with Jerry Reinsdorf. Like, you've got to, at one point, and it's sad because Jerry Reinsdorf at one point in his career was a great owner. Like the White Sox in the early 90s to mid 90s, they were fun to watch, man. When you look back in the day when Frank Thomas was coming up, when they had Bo Jackson, when they had all of these players that were really good in 1993 until Jerry Reinsdorf led the charge for a strike and cost his own team a chance at a World Series. These are the things that this front office has constantly done, and Jerry Reinsdorf just continues to be that guy until he's out of the picture. I just don't know that this team can ever go there, which is also why, I think Luis Robert going to New York could resurrect a guy like that's career. We've seen so many players in this organization just stop wanting to play ball. We saw it, and it's been a sad situation ever since he left. But Tim Anderson was at the peak of his career. And when the White Sox were good in 2020, 2019, 2021, and then the organization just stopped. And they don't take care of their players. They don't do any, this organization does not try to win. There's a reason why the highest paid ball player in White Sox history is Andrew Benintendi with a $75 million contract.
Yeah.
They are one of two teams in Major League Baseball that have never given out over a $100 million contract. It's abysmal. And you own a team in the third largest market in the country. And that's how you run your team. And it's a problem. And it's going to continue to be a problem. And I don't blame Frank Thomas for being a little petty here because let's just face it. I mean, call a spade a spade. Frank Thomas is being a little petty here. With this, they're selling jerseys. Well, yeah, because people want Frank Thomas jerseys. I mean, if White Sox fans want Frank Thomas jerseys. So, yeah, they sell them. It's just
I was looking at the details of this suit that he filed. He's only seeking payment in excess of $50,000. It's not like he's asking for millions here. I think this is more so, like you said, it's pettiness. He just wants to take him to court and basically just make this difficult for the Chicago White Sox. He wants to kind of prove a point here. He doesn't care about the money. He doesn't need the money. It's more so like you guys used my name and my number on your jerseys without my consent when all you've done is break my you-know-what multiple times over the last couple of years. So I'm going to sue your ass.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with him taking that route. I just think that he's trying to prove a point to the White Sox. He's trying to, throw something back at Jerry Reinsdorf, and I just don't know that it matters. When you talk about when people make moves like these, sometimes they just need a friend to tell them, hey, look, man, you do this if you want to, but it's not going to do anything. It's not going to matter. Jerry Reinsdorf isn't going to change the way he does business. Jerry Reinsdorf is still going to be the same cheapskate owner that he's always been, and he doesn't give a damn about you. So if you want to go through with it, go through with it. But it's just, I mean, it's a bad look. And everybody in the league and everybody who knows baseball and anybody who follows this team knows that this front office and that this organization has basically been a laughingstock. They won 42 games 2 years ago. 42 games they won. I mean, it's abysmal. I think they're getting better. I think that they've put their roster together, and I like some of the things Chris Getz has done. I think he's surrounded himself with some really good people, and I think Ishbia coming in and starting to take over this team for Jerry Reinsdorf is going to be a good thing. But this stuff that has gone on with Frank Thomas, man, it's wild to me. I just couldn't imagine my team. Like, could you imagine the Yankees treating Derek Jeter like this?
No, never. Not in a million years. Not in a million years.
They're a classy organization.
Yeah. I mean, this is, like, as you said, you wonder why certain teams are terrible for a decade plus.
Mm-hmm.
Like the White Sox are giving you the blueprint. They've given us the blueprint on why they were a terrible team, because they're a terrible organization run from the top down. Terrible.
Yeah. It's and I just don't see, I don't see any way of mending this, which is sad. Because like I said, I mean, and Frank Thomas, he's been great on, I've seen him on pregame shows. He was with Fox for a little while. I think he was with Turner for a little while after that. I've liked seeing him. I love listening to him talk ball. And it's just sad that for White Sox fans, that this is going to be a thing the same way it was for Cubs fans with Sammy Sosa for a long time.
That's unfortunate. But I think you once you sue your former team and it's only for $50,000 just to prove a point, I think that's the point of no return. All right, fun show. Thanks to all the callers. You guys are great today on the phones. You can follow me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Thanks to everybody on the squad. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Max Sheedy, Chloe Pratt, and of course my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Well, I think they are, and not because Duke hasn't had a great year. Now, I'm hearing that Caleb Foster could be back, who has been their starting point guard. Caden Boozer's filled in great, but the thing about, and by the way, let me just say this, and he knows I feel this way. John Shire has done an amazing job replacing a legend. They couldn't do it in UCLA. It was hard. It's been hard to do it in Kentucky at times, but John Shire's done an amazing job. What really matters more in the postseason than even in the regular season is coaching experience. And when you look at guys like Izzo and now, Danny Hurley and certainly Rick Pitino and some others in this field, Kelvin Sampson, it really matters if you know how to navigate a weekend. And what do I mean by that? You're in a 4-team tournament. That's all that matters. If you look ahead to next week, you're in trouble. And Rick Pitino, the beauty of Rick Pitino is he's a coaching chameleon, Chris. If he thinks he's going to need to press you, they're working on the press right now. If he thinks that they need to play Duke zone, they've spent all this early part of the week playing zone. He knows what it takes to make an opponent play poorly. And that's an art form that some coaches have, but not all. And so I give St. John's a fighting chance.
Cinderella is not gone because this Iowa team, they got 6 guys who played at Drake last year, and the Fulgaris kid who made that winning shot, he was at Robert Morris. And so that sounds like Cinderella to me, even though it says Iowa on their shirts. And even though they're a Power 5 school, their guys were considered not good enough to go there, and yet here they are. But I don't know. You know, Iowa has every time they go out on the court, they're going to have one of the best players out there in Bennett Sturts. And they have pieces that fit around him. They play very, very well together. You know, they've played Nebraska twice already this year, and they were both very close games. And so there's no reason to think, I'm not saying they will, because Nebraska, you remember, they were 20-0 to start the season, and they may be getting their juice back a little bit. So I think they could be a formidable foe, but Iowa has shown that they can beat Nebraska. So, you know, and then if they can get by Nebraska and get into the Elite Eight, you know, there's no telling.